Good morning. This is John Chen here. We're at day 2 of the Engaging Conference. Amazing things happened yesterday. We looked at connection before content. We got a design canvas to design your next conference, summit, or masterclass. Let's see, we had Robbie who took us and showed us some low-tech tips for your next Zoom conference for engagement and inclusion. And then Phil brought us home with making things unforgettable. And if you did not watch the recording, you'll have to see the unforgettable closing that was co-designed by people in the audience. All I know is all of us were crying laughing in a good way. So you'll have to peek at that recording if you have access to the recordings. All right, so today we're going to start off and trying to solve, not even trying, right? I always get yelled at every time I say the word try. Number one problem in engagement. Right. All right. The number one problem in virtual and hybrids is engagement. I really want to take the time this morning to look at two parts, right? Really solving engagement with no additional technology. And then later on, we're going to take the second half of this program, the second hour, and really look at engagement through hybrid. So many people think that hybrid is too difficult, too complex, too expensive. And it doesn't have to be any of that. I think if you are, we're developing all brand new techniques for doing that. Some of them don't require a lot of equipment. Some of them do. And all of them can be engaging, where I'm going to help share with you my most recent experience where somebody literally reported this is the most engaging hybrid that we have. So let's start off this morning. This whole program was inspired by now one of my favorite authors. I got the honor of being the producer for an amazing person named Elizabeth Gilbert. So let's see, who knows Elizabeth Gilbert here in our gallery? If you raise, good, let's see Rhonda, right? So good morning, Rhonda. And wait, you got to see Rhonda's shirt if you don't mind. Rhonda's willing to show that she's got her Zoom University shirt. And why did you buy that Zoom University shirt?
To get myself out of Zoom funk.
And what you saying 2020? I think you said 3 years ago you hit some kind of Zoom funk. I'd love to know a little bit more.
Oh, we'd been using Zoom, but not well, for webinars, and it was a tough transition. And also, had I known it was a publicly traded company, I might have invested in it before the pandemic, and then I would be retired by now.
Oh, the things that we wish we did, right? It feels like indoor plumbing. Okay, so Rhonda, now tell us about, what do you know about Elizabeth Gilbert?
She wrote Eat, Pray, Eat. It was Eat, Pray, and the third thing, and Eat, Pray, and Love.
Yeah, Donna's giving you the love icon, right? She's giving you hearts right here. That's right. Eat, Pray, Love. That book went on to sell 16 million copies. By the way, there's less than 100 authors a year that sell 1 million. And as an author, right, I keep track of these things. The average number, by the way, for an author is approximately 300 books in the United States. Again, I'm happy to announce that book number 16,000 went out. So Rhonda, this is an extraordinary part. And then, of course, Julia Roberts played her in a movie, right?
That I didn't see.
Oh, I do recommend seeing the movie.
I only do one genre, so I read the book. So
the book I heard is much better. The book is much better, Rhonda, but it kind of started a movement during that year when it came out. And so Elizabeth Gilbert came out and did a keynote for Training Magazine, and I got the honor of being her producer. And she did something I haven't seen before, Rhonda. It's that it was the best keynote that I've seen in the last 3 years. And she didn't do anything. She just had her great lighting. She had a natural background. Right. She had a beautiful camera, which was at eye level. The only thing I helped improve with her, Rhonda, was her mic. When she logged in, right, she actually sounded like she was in her bathroom. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever heard that mic? Yeah. And so she walked around and I said, "Hey, Liz, do you have a pro mic around anywhere or a USB mic?" And she goes, "Yeah, hold on a sec." She walks onto her background. She comes back and she goes, "You mean like this?" And this is like she's holding up a beautiful pro USB microphone. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, yes, plug that in." Right? And then she went from this, plugged it in and just leaned into her mic and she goes, "Well, how's this now, Rhonda?" Right? So her voice quality, her vocal quality changed immensely. If my friend Christopher is around, right? Let me show if you can turn on camera because Christopher here too also has. Oh, Gordon can actually show this. Gordon, let's see. Is your mic on? Oh, see, I got Christopher. Or Gordon, is your mic on? Let's see. I got Christopher now. Okay,
Hi, what?
Christopher, do us a mic demonstration with your mic, please.
Good morning. Welcome to the Engaging Conference.
Right, Rhonda. What when you hear Christopher's voice like that, what do you feel or think?
I'm gonna be with you all day. I might marry you. I might,
Wow,
have
Christopher.
your children. No. It's a nice voice.
Promises made during the engagement conference are not necessarily legally binding,
Object.
Ooh, good.
but we will be here all day and we will be engaged. Not disengaged.
Yeah.
No.
Attendees may be closer than they really are, Christopher. Thank you so much, Christopher. So yeah, so Rhonda, she turns into this mic, and like all of us get floored, right? That was the only technical piece that we did was improved her mic. It's why I'll use this mic during this part. But she didn't change anything, right, during this part. In fact, what was key to her, she had people engage, and she never once shared her screen. She never once ran a poll. And the way we knew, Rhonda, is that somebody 38 minutes into a keynote, they were chatting. I feel like I'm having a one-on-one with Elizabeth Gilbert in an Italian cafe. And we look over at the participants list, and 650 people were logged in, Rhonda. So first, have you ever had that feeling in a conference like you were having a personal one-on-one with like the speaker? Ever feel like that?
I have to think about that.
Yeah, it's not the first thing that happens, right? Again, this is why that's the most astounding keynote.
Mhm.
So what I want to do, Rhonda, today is I'm going to share with you. So here's the second part. This talk intimidated me to no end because I am the first person to use a technical trick to gain some engagement, right? As you can see. And I didn't touch this for like a year, but it kept sticking around going, how did she do that? And luckily I had access to the recording. And so I took a small group, a dozen trainers, facilitators, and professional speakers. And we tore apart this keynote, Rhonda. And even for those who have heard this today, right, you're going to hear the maybe same points, but you're going to see it demonstrated maybe in different ways if you're looking for the elephants in the room. Thank you, Phil. And those are 8 things we're going to share here today. And here's the best part about them, Rhonda. They require no technology. That you can create engagement using no additional technology beyond the basic level. So first off, Rhonda, does that sound interesting to you?
I'm here. Yeah.
Excellent. So thank you for sharing what you know about Elizabeth Gilbert. Okay. So the first piece, so the acronym is V Answers. By the way, there's no handouts. There's nothing else. You're going to get everything here. A few of my friends may chat along, but the acronym is V Answers. VANSWERS. Every letter stands for something. And the first one is vulnerability. The first thing that Elizabeth Gilbert did was display vulnerability. She opened up her talk with, well, let me just admit to you all. Right, remember, this is like June of 2020. She just looked in the camera and she goes, I'm in my yoga pants. I just want to let you all know that I'm running this keynote in my yoga pants. And he goes, how many of you also in your yoga pants? And like the chat blew up. Even some of the guys are like, I'm in my yoga pants too. And so, yeah, that was the first part. And then the second part of vulnerability she gave was this. It's not scary writing your first best-selling book. What's really scary is writing the book after the best-selling book. Now, why wouldn't that be scary? Let's see if anybody here in my audience here, why would that be scary to write the book after? Let's bring Karen in. Thank you much. Karen, bring Karen in. There we go. Hi, Karen. Good morning. How are you
Hi,
doing?
good morning. I think it's because you have to live up to that first expectation. You've set the expectation of this best-selling book. So the second one almost has to be better.
Right. And the first one was a big one. 16 million books is certainly A lot. It turned out to more than even she expected. And so Karen, then what she also shared was this, is that pressure of writing the book after the best-selling book got to her so much that she finished the manuscript and she picked up the phone and she called her editor, right, her publisher, and said, I finished writing your second book and I'm not giving it to you. Because she really felt in the end that it wasn't representing her. What it represented was all the pressure she felt from all the outside of what they expected her to write. And in the end, she got to the, I mean, I give her a lot of courage points for knowing at the end that it didn't represent what she really wanted to say. So I don't know, Karen, have you ever done something like that in your life where you like hit a deadline, but you're like, this is not me?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's always the minimum viable product, MVP. So if you're in the software industry, and I used to be a business analyst project manager,
Ooh.
and you have a minimal viable product. So if you get perfectionists, they will tweak it and tweak it and tweak it. And I'm sure everyone has had speakers or presentations or done it themselves.
Yep.
They will do it up until the last minute. There has to be a point where you just go, it's out the door, 80% done, whatever it is. Sure, you can improve upon it, but we're always going to be able to improve upon our previous work. So you have to keep that in mind. Minimum viable product is probably not what you want to do. You want to do something above that, but it's never going to be perfect.
So Karen, in your virtual meetings, I'm curious, is there what do you do to be a little vulnerable with your group, right? And do you see some benefits for doing them?
Yeah, I think so. I think when I'm vulnerable is when I'm preparing my speakers. And so I try to prepare and build up a repertoire, or, whatever, I can't say it, but repertoire, yeah, with the speakers so they feel comfortable, because my job as a virtual producer is to make them feel comfortable, to let them know I'm going to take care of everything in the back end. I'm going to take care of all the things that are happening in chat or questions. They need to focus on their presentation. And so I'll find something in conversation with them that I can touch upon. Whereas they say, I'm from Florida, and I'll say, oh, well, I went to Florida, blah, blah, blah. Have you been here? Have you been there? Once you get them starting to talk about themselves, they feel comfortable. And sometimes I'll share something. And one of the things that I do that I don't know if anyone has had this experience, but I prepped a speaker.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, I didn't ask him the question where he'd be for the presentation.
Ooh.
Presentation comes up.
Ooh.
I learned the lesson the hard way. Oh yeah, you know where this is going, right, John? All of a sudden he gets on in our little prep session, little 15 minutes before the live, and I hear, starting at track 29. And I went, where are you? And he said, I'm at Grand Central Station.
Oh, the big one.
I'm not exaggerating. He really was there trying to do this sales sponsored presentation for a group. And I thought to myself, I'm dead. I am totally dead, because I don't know what to do with this. And after that, I share that in almost all my prep sessions of, okay, well, we're having our prep, and are you going to be in the same location? And I'll tell you why. And then I tell them about this horrible situation that happened. It was the worst recording. I mean, audio, as we all know, is the most important thing.
So important.
And it wasn't in that one. And I was like, I totally failed. And so I share that with people, that I'm always learning, and I hope to learn something from you this session.
I have the same tip, right? Which is when I have rehearsals, come exactly as you are on event day, and somebody didn't do that, and she goes, oh, trust me, it's going to be fine, right? She logs in rehearsal, this is what I hear. Gate 34 will now be loading here. We'll be boarding here in 7 minutes. I'm like, where are you? She goes, at the airport. It's like, oh, and it really couldn't. No amount of noise cancellation was going to work on this piece. And And the worst part, right, is Karen too. We care about our speakers, and she was like a senior VP in a company, and it did not help. It did not help in this part, right? It's like something small, easy. You could have just found somewhere else.
Yeah, it's something else. I mean, and it's unfortunately some of the people in the C-suite or the SVPs, they do presentations all the time. So they think, oh, I've got this. I don't need prep. I don't need prep. And invariably they do, because I had another situation where this individual had the worst internet, kept dropping out, had the worst audio, and he was a known industry leader. And he was talking about his product. And I thought to myself, I don't know how to fix this. I can't fix his internet. I told him about this and I had to let it go. But um, it's something when you share that vulnerability of how you've
Right.
done maybe something in the past, but you've learned from it. And therefore, I'm going to take care of you. So that's how I'm vulnerable. I don't really share personal things because I don't have that kind of repertoire with people unless I do develop that. And I sometimes do with my speakers.
So that's really the key again too, saying when you made a mistake in the past to help somebody is another way to create that vulnerability. So that's one of the first things that she did, is that even though, right, she's a big deal, she's like a big author, she's a big personality, she found a way to be relatable in a very short amount of time, and she did it through vulnerability. And all of you who are trainers or speakers, right, that's one thing that you can really do. Karen's just saying here, it puts people at ease. And when you put people at ease, they're more willing to engage with you. Karen, thank you so much for your comments.
Mhm.
So the next thing that Elizabeth Gilbert did is the A. And she said, this is the one thing all of you can work on. In fact, I really believe that Shiraz Babu, later today, I asked him his secret about creating so much engagement, so much psychological safety in a short amount of time. And I asked him, what do you do? And he said, well, I mostly work on myself. He has a routine where he spends 1 to 2 hours, whether it's meditation, self-reflection, learning, or something else. And he says that's the majority of what helps him open up. And again, I look forward to that at 1 to 3 o'clock today, Pacific Standard Time. And so the A is for authenticity. Authenticity. The more that you bring of yourself, the more that you can engage of others. Right? If you're trying to be some other speaker, right? Brené Brown, Tony Robbins, name your pick. If you're trying to be some other speaker, your audience knows. Your audience knows. And eventually you'll have to find your own style. Like we might all start there as speakers, but you really need to find your own style. I really believe this saying, that authenticity trumps perfection. Authenticity trumps perfection. Instead of having the perfect keynote, I know often the more effective keynote is ones that I've listened to where people bring something of themselves, something important to them. For those who have ever seen a format known as Picha Kucha or Pachachka, 20 seconds a slide for 20 slides. We recently saw one where a woman gave a Pachachka about women's sports and how her women's sports team went so far and won their first championship ever. And they got to the college and they said, where do we want to hang this banner in our gymnasium? And the people in charge of the gymnasium going, this is a men's gymnasium. Oh, the impact. Even for me, I'm the male ally in the room here going, who could do that? They just won. And she told that story had so much impact that she brought this piece of authenticity, that this is a real life experience to her that I'd never heard about. And that was one of the ways that it engaged me inside of that authenticity. I want to know, is anybody here use their authenticity, or on the inverse, have anything preventing them from sharing their authenticity while they're being a presenter, a trainer, or presenting online? Anyone has any to share? How they use authenticity or how they have challenges using authenticity? If one of you in the gallery would love to join me up here. Oh, welcome Pete too. Pete from townhall.pro. Good to see you. There you go, Liz. Let's bring Liz up. Thanks so much. Thank you,
Oh,
Liz. Thank you for coming back from yesterday. Us as a group were talking about you at dinner, so in a good way, by the way, Liz.
that's why my ears were buzzing. Well, I mean, I actually went to therapy for this. I had the opportunity to go to like a sample TED talk and we did your best 4 minutes. And a bunch of our Toastmaster Club people went up, and I couldn't get a slot because people filled all of them. And then once I got there, half the people didn't show up, and they're like, okay, so we have a way to work around because I didn't have anything ready. But I saw all these people talking about some horrible thing that either happened to their spouse or their kid. And I have a weird medical condition. I was thinking, I could turn this into a speech. And then they're like, well, just write about it. And I didn't want to. And I figured nobody wants to hear about it. And I actually decided I wasn't going to do it. But in some ways, I feel like my condition is so weird and so unrelatable, or I fear that people might pity me, or it just will put a barrier. So I just decided not to do it. But I mean, I am talking about it now and it's going to be on the internet forever. But I do have issues with it. I think there's a big difference between that and being in your yoga pants. I am in my sweatpants. But I think there's a big difference in terms of level of relatability and vulnerability. So yeah, I have issues with that. And I mean, I'm trained as a coach. And when I went through coaching school with CTI, they asked us before lunch one day when they were doing like up the tube and down the tube, going with your positive and negative emotions. And my biggest fear is being vulnerable. And I've gotten better at that. And even like telling people about what I need and not being a chameleon and a people pleaser. But it's something that I'm 60 and I still struggle with it. And I know you have to be vulnerable at some level, but also when you're vulnerable, it gives your enemies a chance to know where you're weak and a chance to be misunderstood. And in some ways you want to, like, I was trained, my dad had a real estate business. They're always in the paper, like a miniature celebrity. So we always had to act like a certain way too, because business has to be good or no one's going to work with you. So that also goes against my upbringing. So there's all these different like things going on. So yeah. So do I have issues? Yes.
Do I have issues? Thank you, Liz. Well, thank you for that. And that vulnerability is a piece of that. The vulnerability does leave yourself open, and so you have to find a way. What I like to call lead with vulnerability. Like if you can be a leader while still being vulnerable, right? Which is also knowing that you have ways to deflect those who might be attacking you. I think that's another way that you can get more and more comfortable with your vulnerability and your authenticity. I love that Robbie shared in the chat too. He said he shares that he's trans in an offhand way when he can. I can also share that if you haven't peeked, Robbie, when I met him, let me know that he actually YouTubed his transition in trans and really shared it and opened up a whole new community with that. And so I think that process of doing that allowed him to discover a community that he wasn't by himself, there are lots of other people who have been through that process. And I do know that he said that video series, had some benefits for him. So for sharing that, and I know a lot of people question, do I really want to do that or not? And I believe that has helped Robbie's authenticity quite a bit. Okay, so the next piece. Oh, I want to share one other story. In my friend's authenticity, I want to give a shout out to my good friend Stephen, or now his given name, Muhammad. And during a recent keynote that I was able working with him, is that he finally told the story about why he's called Stephen. His mom's Buddhist and his dad's Muslim. And they came over here to America, and then of course 9/11 happened. And they worried about what having a name like Muhammad would have an impact on him. So he's watching a Seahawks game. Quarterback's name is Steve Largent. And that's how they picked the name. Oh, you're now Steven. And only recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, he has now changed his LinkedIn profile. And he's giving this keynote and sharing that story of how his name became Stephen, and now he's also the path back to embracing his given name of Muhammad. And that was a piece of his authenticity that I didn't know, but I think was really useful. It was really powerful. It was really engaging to hear that story. And many people identified with that. And so again, it engaged them immediately. So thank you so much, Stephen Matley. All right, the next one is an N. And the N stands for for names. Many training programs say the sweetest sound in the world is your name. And so you can see here, often I'll be using people's names. The nice part here in Zoom is that, right, you get a crib sheet. So even if you forget, you usually have a name. Although I want to say hi to our good friend Zoom user, right? My other friend usually comes into this conference too, called iPhone 7. But we have a few people here with names. So I'm gonna see if we can do a demonstration with a few people with names. All right. Can I get a volunteer from one of my people? You can even be off camera for this one if you want to raise your hand, or if you're on camera, you could raise your physical hand. Again, Karen, we won't spotlight anybody who doesn't have a camera on, but seeking a volunteer. You can click raise hands, reaction raise hands, or you can, if you're on camera, you can just raise your physical hand. Oh, good. Christopher. So Christopher who demonstrated microphone earlier on. Thank you so much, Christopher. Okay. Christopher, number one, how do you use names in a virtual meeting?
I encourage people to change their name to how they would like to be identified.
Okay.
Whether that, some people, there's a gentleman I know, no one calls him by his given name. Everyone calls him Rusty. So he puts Rusty on all his forms.
And that's what he prefers to be called by, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And what do you do with challenging names that you may or may not know how to pronounce correctly?
Practice. I do the best I can to get that person's name correct. I listen to it, I repeat it back to them, and I try. And as a virtual event producer,
yes,
I make sure that I have that before I introduce them to the audience. Or if I'm introducing someone to a live in-person event, I make sure I have that right before they go out onto stage.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Christopher. All right, we're going to do a few things here. Why don't we, Christopher, why don't you just use somebody's name and just say a kudo or a greeting to them. So Karen, we're going to continue adding spotlights. So, okay, so you can look, and again, might first start with the people on camera so we know that they're here.
Well, good morning, Donna.
There you go. Karen, there we go. So Donna, now please do a greeting or a kudos, like thanking somebody here. Again, we'll just go to someone who might be on camera. Oh, and, let's check your mic again. There we go.
Karen Gleason.
Yeah, go ahead and say a kudos or a greeting.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts today.
Excellent. Okay, Karen, let's see. Let's dive into the non-camera people. Let's see if we can get somebody let's see if you can guess. So we may not get somebody, right? We don't know, but let's see if you can find somebody who is not on camera who's willing to say good morning.
All right. So good morning, Belinda. It was really great speaking with you yesterday. I hope you can join us on camera.
Good morning. I can probably give it a shot. Let's no, my external camera is still not being recognized by the system.
No problem, Belinda. Why don't you feel free to say again good morning or a kudos to somebody else?
Sure. Good morning, John Galto. Good to see you again.
Oh, hello, and good morning to you, or is it afternoon? Depends on where you are, huh?
Thank you, John Galto. One more greeting, John Galto, to somebody else who's on camera.
Okay, let's see. How about Edward? Hi there. Good morning. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Edward? No.
Edward Graham and Dougal.
No. Well, all right. Gordon, can you hear me? Greetings. Good morning to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Gordon.
Good morning.
Good. Oh, you're getting quite a group.
And Gordon, now go ahead and why don't you give me back a kudo and we'll complete the loop.
Good job, John.
Thank you so much. By the way, Gordon Vernon calling in from Puerto Rico today, I believe. Make sure I got it right.
Mm-hmm.
And Gordon is also one of our sign language interpreters. That's one of the things that he does in his life. Gordon, thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you so much, Karen. So that's an excellent use of names. So looking at about using names, by the way, too, right? John Galto demonstrated too that if you, one of my tricks or techniques for engagement is just to use somebody's name, but not really call on them. So for instance, something like, I'm so glad that Kevin Newsom's here. I know that Kevin's going to share something, you know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes from now, but this is amazing that he's attending the Engaging Conference. Now, usually what happens is like, maybe if Kevin Newsom was like somewhere else, when he says the word Kevin Newsom, he's going to come like this. Who said my name? What do you want? Right? So a lot of people who are talking about multitasking is that you can use names, but you know, again, you don't want to call them, make them feel bad, but what you can do is call them and then just find out, are they engaged or not? Quite often when people, if I chat them or something else like that, oh, look, Kevin Newsom just chatted. This is exactly what happened, haha. It is an amazing technique, right, to use people's names. And again, if you're not sure, right, you can just use their name. And then what happens is too often you'll see that they'll go back and engage later. One time in a conference, I private chatted somebody. It was like, again, this is like a 600 people logged in type of conference. And I private chatted going, just in the middle of a keynote going, you know, let's pretend like it was Lisa. Hi, Lisa. This is John Chen. I just want to know, how's your conference going? No reply. Right. The camera's off, mic's off. And I'm like, oh, that's fine. 2 days later, it's a 5-day conference. 2 days later, she comes back. And she goes, she's in like the early part, like if you log in early here, we'll come and hang out. And she goes, John, I got to tell you a story. I'm like, what? What's going on? She goes, John, do you remember that you chatted me 2 days ago? And I'm like, oh yeah, but you didn't reply. And she goes, oh yeah, let me just tell you what happened, right? I saw that chat. And I'm first off like, is this camera on? Did he turn my camera on? How can he see me that I'm slacking off? That I'm multitasking, that I'm like here in the kitchen or doing laundry or whatever. And then afterwards she goes, no, wait a minute. Why am I multitasking, right, while this amazing content? I mean, this conference had 150 sessions. It had Elizabeth Gilbert, had all this other stuff. And she finally made the decision and she goes, look, I'm going to take an hour away from the conference and take care of all of the urgent stuff I think I got to do. And then she actually then said, I want to focus on this conference. And in fact, the next day she woke up and she goes, I'm going to put like some makeup on. I'm going to dress up, right? I'm going to turn my camera on. And here's the key. I never once told her to do any of these things. She chose to engage on her own. It was based off that chat that she didn't reply. But for herself, she made the decision going, I paid for this conference. Right? I want to get the value out of it. And so she made a different decision. And so I think that's another ROI of engagement, an ROI of an engagement. The next one is this, is see the audience. So for all those who are on camera too, first let me just give me a nod. Just give me a head nod if you're okay coming on camera. Just give me, I want to make sure, if you don't want to be on camera, please turn your camera off. Okay, so of course today here, we have an amazing gallery here with us. So good, so there's all these amazing people here. And one of the things that you look for, that I showed, the one technical piece that I showed Elizabeth Gilbert, is for S. See the audience. Find a way to see the audience. For instance, when I'm keynoting with you, even if I'm spotlighted, right, you can go back and override it and say view gallery in Zoom and many other ways in every other system. And here's the key reason why you want to do this. You're getting all this nonverbal communication, right? So people, just do me a favor, just shake your head going, yeah, I agree with John Chen. Thank you very much, right? There's like, I'm going to say something shocking, give me your shocking face. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh my. Right? and then now you can laugh with me. You'll feel free and pretend to laugh. Thank you. How much? Taita. Beautiful. And so see the audience. Right? Even though we have a good collection of people here, and a lot of people still are cameras on or camera off, that's totally fine. But I will sometimes, know that that I can feed off of the audience. This is what a lot of speakers say. They spend their time talking to what feels like black boxes, a brick wall. And that you can turn this on, that you can do things like that. I love that Nicole Smith too is driving, and even driving sideways, which is great. Although we were, don't zoom and drive. She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to chat. For goodness sake. So that's really where the key part with that is see the audience. Thank you so much, Karen. And so look for how you can do that. Even in other setups that I have, I can do things such as set up each monitor to see 50 people. That's where, if you've ever seen Tony Robbins or some of these other people, they have entire studios where every screen can be 50 people and they're doing some crazy stuff. And so they can actually see thousands of people's faces with names around the world, just like they would in a regular audience. So in my studio alone, I once gave a keynote where I was able to see 300 people with all their names and be able to pick out things like, I know that Josh is scratching his head, right? I know that Karen has her fingers on her chin, things like that, where you can actually see them. And I do think there's a key piece. When you acknowledge that you can see the audience, right? The audience then comes back and go, oh, wow, they're really looking. Because many presenters, what happens is they share a screen or something like that. They lose all video. And they lose all connection to their audience. So I think it's so important, if you want engagement, to see the audience and then find ways that you can safely acknowledge that. Okay, the next letter is W. And the W is for welcome. And as you saw for my winners in Kahoot, Rick Altman is still mad that he lost to Donna. Who's not competitive here? That the first 5 minutes of your meeting are the most important. So let's see some other people here. Why is that? Why would that be important to you? Or why do you think that's important? Who can share? Why are the first 5 minutes important to you? Again, you can raise your physical hand or your virtual hand. Click reactions, raise hand if you'd like to answer. Again, you don't have to come on camera. We just love to hear your voice. Good. Josh chatted connection before content. Oh, good. Hi, Noreen.
Hi, I'm gonna see if I can turn on my camera. I just feel like I should. Hello.
Thank you, Noreen. Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Orlando, Florida.
Yes, we'll be there in February.
Woohoo! So why the welcome is so important, I really feel like it sets the tone for the entire event. And if you get the chance to really have a warm welcome with energy and even a little bit of vulnerability, it allows people to then carry on with that energy. If you start at 100, it can go from there.
What are some of the things that you do in those first 5 minutes, Noreen?
In the first 5 minutes, I usually take the time to make sure my energy is up. And then I look at the camera, look people in the eyes and specifically say, thank you so much for being here. And kind of sharing that you could have been somewhere else and you're here today. And this is what you can expect from today. We're going to learn some new tricks and tips and all that stuff to make your life a little easier. So I keep in mind what's in it for them. So that way it's right up front. This is why we're here. I'm going to deliver on what I promised. Let's go.
Noreen, too, I'm going to jump 2 letters here only because you talked about it, which is reciprocity. The R in V answers is reciprocity, right? You get what you give. And what are some of the ways that you get into the right state before you go into a course, Noreen? I'm just curious.
I usually show up to any space physically or virtually an hour in advance. I make sure that I'm playing music up front early that gets me in the mood. It's if I'm going to be the one leading this, I better be in the mood. I make sure I eat and have the energy, because if I'm already running on low, they will feel it. Does that help?
Yes, and the reciprocity, it comes around there. You're hungry, you're hangry, your group is hangry. All right, your group is angry, or you're angry, your group will fight. If you're uncentered, right, the group will be confused. But if you are high energy, your group will come back and give you energy. If you're centered, right, your group will be focused. And if you are fully engaged with them, right, they'll fully engage with you, Noreen. All right, so Noreen, do you know who Tony Robbins is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know that Tony Robbins has a specific piece that he does all the time before he gets on stage?
doesn't he do like a certain practice? I don't know if it's like incantations or like, or if he goes on his like bouncing thing.
No,
I'm not sure.
he has a series of sayings and moves that he does that you can actually look now on YouTube behind the scenes. And it is called, the technical name is an incantation, but it's basically it's a series of moves and words and things that he says, right? For instance, in sports, 90+% free throw shooters, you'll see do the exact same thing over and over, right? Before they shoot that and the free throw. And it's known kind of like an anchor that if you can do this too, you can get into this high peak state. So there's actually one that I have, but most people haven't seen. But Noreen, would you like to hear it or see it?
I would love to hear and see if possible.
So to get into stage, right, before I walk it through any stage too, sometimes it's in a private place or not. Depends who the client is, right? But it'll sound something like this. I create the juicy life of my dream. With love and joy, I beam. With intelligent action and outrageous fun like that, it is done.
It is done. John, I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for sharing.
You're welcome, Noreen. And so thank you for sharing too, that ways that you use your 5 minutes. There are different ways for whoever you are, right? Again, you want to find something that's authentic to you. But that practice is so important. Actually, Noreen, I do have one last question for you,
Sure.
which you kind of shared too. How you get ready for a meeting is that what happens before the meeting. I also want to see, is there any other things that you do before the meeting, all right, that help you create a welcoming space before you even start?
Yeah, I actually take the time similar to incantations. It's not the same every time, but there's two things I do. I find a partner or I tell it to myself in the mirror. I know it may sound a little weird, but I tell myself in the mirror if I can't find a partner. And I basically say three things. It's not about me. It's about the material. It's recoverable at any moment.
Yes.
And if they're not behaving, they can get out of my class.
Because
I
have you ever thrown anyone out?
No, but I did have to pull people aside off, like, everyone, let's go on a break, pull that person aside, speak to them privately and ask them like, here's how the impact of your behavior is. Can you help me understand what's going on? Because it is really distracting me. So, but I tend to be very much reserved. So having that opportunity to tell myself those three things, it helps me to own my space, because otherwise it's easy for me to like let things slide and I have to hold myself accountable. Like, you're in my space, I got to protect this space, and this is not working if it's not working.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And so those are the three things I do. And then the second thing is I create in myself, like, who I'm going to be for everyone today and who they are going to be for me. So who I am is someone who's generous and vulnerable and absolutely the image of what integrity looks like. And then for me, I would create like, they're ready to learn. They're so hungry, they're eager and like ready to participate. So.
Wow. Yeah. Noreen, this is like a master. First, what do you do? What are you teaching or what do you do, Noreen?
I am a learning and development manager for one of the resorts out here. So yes, and I have studied Tony Robbins. I've done Landmark Worldwide and some of their programs. So a lot of this I've kind of put into who I get to train myself to be, so I can be that extraordinary human being for others. But it takes work. So I have these practices to help me get set up. So, and I'm so thankful that you're really creating this event for us today, because engagement, it's so important. We all desire that connection. So to keep things engaging, I'm so thankful for you, John, really.
Oh, thank you, Noreen. I want to share two things here now with you. This year I went to National Speakers Association's conference. It's called Influence, which actually was also in Orlando. And one of my biggest takeaways, Noreen, was this. Goosebumps don't lie. And let me tell you, I got them while listening to you. And I would love everyone here who's listening, if you would like to give Noreen a gift, just go to reactions and click one of the 6. And just, Noreen, take a moment and look at the participants list. You see it light up? I see a heart. I see a thumbs up. I see a celebration horn. So thank you so much for that, Noreen. Extraordinary. Let's bring Karen up here too. So Karen's going to come join us. Karen, do you have a comment for Noreen?
I do. I have a comment because being a producer, being in front of an audience like this is just like putting on a production, like a play or like a movie if you've ever acted, and I have. So what you need to do is what you were describing is basically what actors do when they're prepping themselves, either backstage or before they have to go on camera. They have to pump themselves up. They have to get into the zone. They have to get into their character. And as an L&D, if you're going to do compliance training, I'm going to be this kind of facilitator because this is very important stuff and we all need to know it. But if we're doing L&D where we're gamifying how to, learn how to do something, then it's fun. And then you have a different type of character. And I love to put the two together because it's very, very similar. And that was my comment.
Thank you, Karen. Noreen, any comments for that?
Thank you, Karen. I love that. Thank you so much, Karen. And everyone who's sharing all your emojis and stuff, I feel it. Thank you so much. It's true. And one of the things when it comes to compliance, it's like, I know it's not really like the fun topic. I even tell people that I know this is not one thing that you're looking forward to, but this is what makes our resort, our company so special. This is why people feel like we are in a special place. It's because we honor these principles so that you can be your best self. So it's so true. But yes, any way to make it fun and gamified, that's so true. Thank you so much.
All right, let's give a little applause for Noreen and Karen. Thank you so much, Noreen and Karen. All right, let's see. The last we got two more to go. Well, I'm going to go back to the E, right? Is engage. Duh. If you want engagement, engage. And I just want you to hopefully that you're keeping track. Look what's happening in the chat here. I love that Sue Griffey chatted here. I can be that extraordinary human being for others. Beauty. That's it. For all of those who are listening in here, I hope you're engaged. And one of the key parts here is no additional technology. You can get the majority of your engagement on how you run your meeting, how you run your conference, how you run your presentation, right? I haven't changed this thing at all. And I just want you to realize that. That's what I hope this is that mind-blowing part that opens some doors going, maybe you don't need 22 Mentimeters, although I love Mentimeter, don't get me wrong, right? Maybe I don't need, I love my other friend, he gave me a sign and he says, running a poll doesn't make your talk or your keynote engaging. There are so many other ways. And so I love to see if we have an example, one or two people with examples. How do you engage your audience? You're seeing how I'm doing. I want to hear some other people. What are some different ways that people engage their audience? Who's willing to share? Again, feel free to raise your physical hand, or click reactions, raise hand. By the way, that's one of the tips here on virtual. Specifically remind people how you might want people to engage. All right, so that because there's many options of how you can do that here in virtual. So by giving that suggestion, you can give time people to think. Dr. Mel, the squid lady, just chatted oxytocin hugs. I've gotten one from Dr. Mel, so I know they work. Anyone else share tips for engagement? What are the different ways that you engage your audience? It could be a tool. It could be a technique. John Galto too, specialist in gamification.
Well, it's not that so much as you show a picture and talk about it, or ask them to talk about it, describe it, to have people do something visual. I think it's a good idea.
What's a picture that you've used in the past, John?
Well, what I'm thinking of is kind of nothing too complicated. Something of a house with trees behind it, and maybe one of those wells, what have you, and then have people talk about the elements. And did you have a house like that? Did you ever have a well? And that type of thing, that kind of picture. Nothing too complicated, but with elements that people could easily talk about. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, John. Let's see. Let's bring up Jacques. Jacques, by the way, we're being visited by Jacques, the party scientist, one of our closers last year. Dr. Mel, if you want to demonstrate something, please check and turn your camera on to see if you can. Jacques, what do you want to?
So I'm actually preparing for a keynote, and they won't let me use breakout rooms. So I'm this idea of engaging people without actually enabling two-way communication is a challenge for me. And right now, what I'm at is I'm getting people to remember moments. So I get them to like bring up a memory in their head. So that's something I'm experimenting with. I'm also inviting them to reflect and like write things down. So I'm going to have them reflect on what brings them a sense of belonging and what brings them a sense of joy. And then of course I'm using music and I'm going to elevate their physiology. Music is a big part of my engagement strategy. Oh,
I can tell you too, Jacques is the only person I know who has a Bluetooth ring that can change to the next song and change the volume. Let's bring up Dr. Mel too. Dr. Mel says she's actually going to demonstrate an oxytocin hug for us.
Okay. So going for can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good.
Can you enjoy the lavish cruise ship bathroom?
By the way,
that
Dr.
I'm
Mel is
using?
on a moving cruise ship. Yes, go ahead, Mel.
We are somewhere in the Caribbean Sea at the moment. And if I break out, you know why. So the oxytocin hug. So, the pandemic and how desperate we were for the feeling of a hug from another friend. This is how I do it on in person. I would give you a hug by saying, okay, put your right arm up. So everybody put your right arm up. And I want you to imagine that I'm coming in and I'm giving you a hug and you're giving me the hug and I walk you through the steps. So for the oxytocin hug online, you right arm up, left shoulder. Left arm up, right shoulder. And what we're going to do is I'm going to have you close your eyes and we're going to take 3 deep breaths together. Ready? So 1. And just relax into my arms and know that I'm holding you in that space of we are all connected. Sending you the love and the energy for whatever you're dealing with. Give yourself that squeeze. Know that it's coming from me, from everybody else around you. And how does that feel?
If you'd like to comment how that feels, just unmute. Just give me a word or two.
Really good.
Good, thank you.
Relaxful.
Thank you, John.
Connected.
And yeah, that is oxytocin is the hormone of love, and that triggers it, and it works online enough that it's better than not doing it. So please let me know how that works out for you if you try it. I've opened a meeting with it, and then at the end closed the meeting with it, and I was brought to tears because I could feel all the hugs coming back. So give it a whirl.
There you go. Give a virtual hug to the one and only Dr. Mel, who is on a cruise ship, right? There's only one thing that I could do for a cruise ship right now, and that's this.
Come aboard. We're expecting you.
Everyone, lip sync. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Mel. I love that you connected from the Caribbean. Your connection yesterday was much worse, but today was actually pretty good. Go figure.
Panama Canal. We made it through the Panama Canal. I highly recommend it. Anybody who ever gets the chance, watch it online. It was spectacular.
Thank you, Dr. Mel. Liz, you got a comment too. Come on in.
Yes. Okay. Here's my question, Dr. Mel. So you said that you're actually doing this on conferences. Are you doing this like with normal people, C-suite people, or are these touchy-feely people? What kind of? Because some people.
I haven't tried it with C-suite. I haven't, but actually, here's what I know from the people who do work with the C-suite and emotions. It's worth trying because their kids, their hearts, their all of that engineer that we have. I mean, play it by ear, but try it in the rehearsal and see how it goes.
So Liz, one of the things that I read this morning, right? I woke up and I was peeking at social media feed, and it says that the average hug is 8.5 seconds, but to receive the benefits of a hug, it really need 20 seconds. And so you can also back all of this stuff up with science if you were to give it to the C-suite. So thank you so much, Liz. The last piece I really want to give here. So for those who wanted the review, V, vulnerability. A, authenticity. N, names. S, see the audience. W, welcome. E, engage. R, reciprocity. The last one is this. S, storytelling. Elizabeth Gilbert is a master storyteller. I'm going to try an attempt to share her closing story. It's, I guess, now my version of it. But for all of you who are speakers, think about your craft of storytelling. I mean, one of the things that I do in my life is that I'll experience something, and if it makes it, I'll catalog it as a story. And you learn to tell that story. And what I loved that when she told it, I got to ask her a question after she delivered the story. And she shared with me, she goes, that story I shared with you is like a finely tumbled stone. I've told it that she has told it so many times that she knew what to cut off. She knew what to keep. She knew when people laugh, right? When people cry or have emotions. And so she doesn't necessarily need to see the audience because she can see it in her head because she's done it so many times. But again, it's a help. It's that craft of storytelling is the last way that you can really build engagement. So I'd love to just share my version of her closing story, and then we're going to take a short break. Elizabeth Gilbert has a family member, and he got invited to a royal costume ball. And he was so excited. Like, oh, this is my first invitation. And like, what am I going to do? You know, Halloween's coming around the corner. We're all thinking about our costumes. I hope, maybe, sort of. And he gets the idea, goes, I've always wanted to be a lobster. That's right, a lobster. He gets the red leotard over his head, right? With the red bodysuit. He gets the foam claws, makes these beautiful foam claws. He has extra arms down here, and they're connected by wires and strings so that when he moves his arms, all the other arms. He makes this massive tail, right? And now he has the two antennae for the lobster. He's really proud of this costume. He's so excited, and the party day comes. He gets a cab, and he gets a ride to this royal ball. And he knows it's a big deal because he comes up to the house. It's one of those houses, right? It has all those windows across. Like, this is a mansion. This is a big house. And he gets to the door, and a doorman opens the door. And he walks up the stairs, and he gets to the entrance, and he realizes he's made a colossal mistake. It's a royal Renaissance ball, not a royal costume ball. Everybody's there in like frills, right? And lace, doily canes, powdered wigs. And now he has this terrible thought. He has to make a choice. Do I run? Or do I go into this party? What feels like an eternity, he makes this decision. I spent a lot of time on this costume. I'm proud of it. I'm just going to walk in, right? Even if I walk out, I'm going to at least walk in. So he gets through, and of course, it's one of those staircases, right? It's a high staircase. And he's got to walk down one of those two staircases down to the main ballroom floor. And it's like in the movies, the music stops, like a record scratch. And everyone turns to see him walk down the stairs, this big red lobster. He finally gets to the bottom, and a woman comes up to him. It's the Queen of Brazil. And she looks at him. She goes, "Who are you?" And he just looked her straight in the eye and said, "I'm the court lobster, of course." And then the music started. The Queen of Brazil started laughing. She asked for a selfie. And now the court lobster turned into the star of the party. Everybody, all the royalty wanted to get a picture with the court lobster. And so uh, Elizabeth Gilbert's point is make stuff you love. It's not necessarily your job to make sure that it's successful, right? That it's a hit. That may or may not be your job. What your job is to make something that you really like. Your job is to be you, and it's the world's job to figure out whether or not they like it or not. My name is John Chen, and I hope that you have gotten something today that will help your meeting be more engaging with absolutely no technology. Thank you so much. It is 1 after. We'll see you here 6 minutes afterwards. Thank you, everybody, and enjoy this song. I love, well, Mel's a squid. Not quite a lobster, but maybe a lobster's friend. Any comments? If you have any questions or comments, I'll take any questions or comments over the next 5 minutes. Thank you all. Again, if you're the person who needs a break, you can take a break until 6 after. We'll restart at 6 after. And I'm going to share you my secrets of hybrid.
Fabulous. Good
morning, Joe Welch.
Good morning.
Any commentary from you?
I am dressed as today's lobster.
You got the red memo. There's
I did get the red memo.
Somebody else has the red memo here too. Christopher.
Oh, hi, Christopher. Are we twinsy?
A red memo, another red.
Oh, Shiraz is in that red space too, baby. You know it. It's the power color. Hello. Today's
You just got the dark red.
I know.
think,
Today's
right?
presentation day.
That's
So
how
what I was about to write was how this is the based on the lobster stories. How you do anything is how you do everything.
Donna says she almost wore red, but blue is her favorite color. Even Shiraz wore a little red here too. Good morning, Shiraz. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Good. We look forward to seeing you a little later today.
No, I'm gonna
seeing you too.
I'm gonna admit to my lobster moment. I am literally in the house of Chen right now. He is upstairs from me. My night was long. I had a East Coast, because I live on the East Coast, 7 a.m. meeting, which was 4 a.m. here. Yes, I kept the camera off. But then I slept through my alarms. And when I woke up, I heard the dulcet tones of John Chen ringing through the hallways. And as I was getting dressed in my lobster costume, I had to make a choice how I was going to walk down those stairs, how I was going to face this audience, knowing full well that he knew that I was still asleep when all this started this morning. And so here I am. Rock Lobster.
Rock Lobster Joe. Shout out to Noreen. Thank you so much, Noreen, for the chat. I appreciate you, and I look forward to meeting you more. Noreen was one of our guests at Learnapalooza, which was, I'll talk a little bit more about that as probably one of my more extensive hybrids coming up in about 2 minutes. Vina, can I ask for any comments? I would love to hear what you thought of the last hour.
Unfortunately, I did come in a little late because I had to host book club, but I walked in and almost immediately everyone is giving me hugs. And it was like one of the greatest introductions I had. Zero context, but all of the hugs.
And, I think that's something we have to consider in virtual, that people come in and out all the time, right? And, people know they can lean on recordings, although our studies show that 29% only watch. But the ability to drop into a meeting and have an immediate impact, right? I don't know if it gave you a touch of the FOMO, and you're like, what happened? Now I want to see the rest. What happened, right? Why am I getting hugs?
Noreen's
got a question
passion
for
did
you.
that for me.
Go ahead, Dr. Mel.
Yeah, the comments that this is one of my biggest frustrations is I've got terrible internet. So I just lost what you just said about the hugs. I'm like, are you guys talking about hugs? Because I just missed all of that. And that vulnerability of, no, tell me what you just said.
So I kind of came in as you were doing the hug portion, because I just came from book club. And it was such a big experience because I had like zero context at all for what was going on. But I approached and everyone is giving me hugs. And I'm like, I'm good with this. This is great.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I mean, my day was starting off real shitty, so I was really happy to actually plug in and give you guys something of value.
So I just want to say I don't know who Noreen is yet directly. I know that we've been in similar spaces, but the shout outs to Noreen, and then she came up and just like dropped a bunch of knowledge on everybody. And I was like, and your energy was effervescent. Like, I don't even know what you were talking about because I had come into the meeting in the midst of that. But I'm like, I want to meet Noreen. And then it was followed up by hugs. So you never know when you come in and out. It is absolutely, you're going to get, especially in an engaging conference, you're going to get what you need.
And let me just share my outside observation here too. Noreen was mic off, camera off. She self-selected. That's to me the power of engagement, right? I teach a whole class and the class is called Turn on the Damn Camera, right? And I made that as a joke because that's actually the worst way to get people to turn their cameras on is to lean into the mic and tell them turn on the damn camera, right? Which is Noreen so aptly also shared, in that class is around psychological safety. She felt safe enough herself. And then she goes, oh, I feel like I should turn on my camera. So for all those who are arguing about, people don't turn on their cameras, again, I kind of sometimes throw out the challenge. Think about what you're doing. And is there a way that you can get people to turn on the cameras without even asking them? And that to me is one of the most powerful ways to do that. And again, it's not about about turning on the camera. That's the other thing I teach in the class. It's like, I want you to be engaged in the way you want to be engaged. If you want to be engaged, camera off and just not like listen in, that's cool by me. If you want to chime in, that's cool by me. And if you want to turn your camera on, that's also cool by me. So all of those things really lead into that. Outstanding. All right. Well, we're at the top of the mark here, and I would love to share some key pieces that I have here around hybrid. Let me just take a quick poll around hybrid. What are some general thoughts about hybrid? Any word. I say the word hybrid. Feel free to unmute or chat. What words do you associate with hybrid? They could be positive. They could be negative.
Before I met you, John, it meant that the online people were left on a deserted island with no water, no contact, no ability to ask questions. Nobody was watching. You could be drowning. You're like, and nobody would come to save you. And it was like usually paid money to be there, and you had nothing given back other than just a window, like literally a fly on the wall, like just a window in. So that was my previous frustrated experience of hybrid.
Thank you, Joe. Shiraz said complicated. Gordon said expensive. Christopher said intentional. Dr. Mill said impossible. Oh, from the person who talks about possibility. Vinya says unconferences, exclamation point. Great. So that's a lot of different people's experience with a hybrid. Oh, Rick Altman, the 5 X's. Exciting, exhilarating, exhausting, exasperating, and exorbitant. And let me tell you, Rick Altman can authentically talk about these 5 X's because he ran 2 full-blown hybrids for 2 years. So he intimately knows because he was the planner on site during those. And this year decided to split. I thought it was a bold decision. But he said, I want to split. So I'm going to do the in-person and not record it. And then I'm going to do virtual and record that. And you can actually now go to both experiences, but by splitting the two, I think he found some benefits. And Rick, if you feel like you want to share, feel free. I am going to use some of your programs as a key example.
Ask me in 2 weeks when we're done with virtual whether I think of the decision or not.
Rick is in the planning stage now for the virtual. And I got to attend his in person too, which I think was a success. It was really great it's his 21st year too. So I appreciate that Rick has the back experience of what they've done. He's gone through the transition. He did some of the best hybrid too. So anyways, and today what we want to do is that we're going to talk about the hybrid advantage. We're going to bridge the gap between in-person and virtual experiences. Hybrid is something that is growing even more all the time, and I want to share some of my best stories and practices that I've developed over the last 3 years. And beyond that, let me tell you that we were as hybrid meeting professional friends. We're as hybrid as early as 2000. And I know that because they ran a conference where they were live streaming in 2000. And let me tell you, they melted down a lot of equipment. They broke a lot of stuff. It's luckily that the technology has advanced so much in the past years that it's gotten to the stage where we can do some things and be relatively reliable. That doesn't mean that they're all perfect. Let me just tell you that. But in the year 2000, they live streamed this part. They were using Twitter, and we actually brought in a full-blown teammate. We were put into teams and told to write a case study before the end of the conference. It was a really cool piece of engagement, right? Like it was like team building in a conference. And one of the members actually came in, and I used Skype, remember Skype, and brought him in on a laptop with a speaker, things that I'm still doing today, so that he could be a full-blown teammate. And he really contributed because he has like 25 years experience in the industry. And he helped us have one of the winning case studies with it. So hybrid's been around a while, so let's just do a quick definition. Hybrid is really around two elements coming together, right? Over there you have the in-person meeting, which we are so familiar with. We have people inside a physical space. And then we have our virtual meeting here, which is, again, now which all of us are on here today. And hybrid comes in is when you can mix the two. When you have a collection of in-person people meeting with a collection of virtual people. And I like to say that there are 3 levels, right? And I purposely level them 0, 1, and 2 for me. That's just the programmer in me. The level 0 is when you turn on a camera and enable a mic, and that's it. So the virtual person can watch, but quite often they feel what Joe described, right? The person on the desert island, what I love to call a second-class citizen. You can have something wrong. Like there was a college story where there was a hybrid class and all the virtual attendees were left in the waiting room for over 30 minutes of a 60-minute class. So bad that all the students were calling the front desk of the college, and the receptionist had to walk over to the professor and let him know, you need to admit the virtual people. So, yeah, so that's level 0. Level 1 is where at least one person from virtual can talk to the in-person, and at least one person from the virtual can talk back from the in-person meeting can talk back to the virtual. So it may not be everybody, but at least one. And so often what I see in a setup, and this is where the majority of good virtuals are, is that they have a place. For instance, in the in-person meeting, either we run a mic to you and we have a camera to point at you, or we designate a box, a place where there is a camera always there and a microphone, so that the room people can hear you and the virtual people can hear you. This turns into a best practice too, where having a microphone for your in-person people is so important, not only for the neurodivergent and possible inclusive reasons of having people hear you in the room. It's most important for these virtual people that if you don't have that mic, nobody in virtual can hear you. And it is one of the most easily overlooked things. The last one, level 2, is where every single person in virtual can talk to every single person in the in-person meeting and vice versa. One example of this is a board meeting. Let's say we have a 10-person board. 5 of them are in person and 5 of them are in virtual. And what we do with it is that we run something like a mixing board or something where every in-person has a mic in front of them. By the way, I'm privy to a new technology, I haven't tested it yet, that will allow Zoom to have multiple microphones open without the dreaded echo. I can't wait to test it because it would solve a lot of problems. So, but anyway, so there is a camera. So all of them turn their laptop on. What the default way I would do it is turn your laptop on, disconnect the audio. The audio is only going through one computer so you don't echo, but every single person can be seen in the same way. They have a camera directly on them, and then they have a mic so they can be heard by virtual. And of course, virtual has all separate mics and cameras here. And in a board meeting, that would be important so every single person can participate when they want to. Let's say they have a comment. So those are the definitions. I just want to cover 6 things in the next 40 minutes. So the first one is H. By the way, my acronym is here. My acronym is hybrid. I know it's really tough. HYBRID, hybrid. And the first one is here. You first want to design your audio. You first want to design your audio. As many people have said, your audio in a virtual meeting is sometimes more important than your video. We've seen video freeze. And as long as you have the audio, you can still keep going on. But once you lose the audio, you heard too from a few guests, right? Like say Dr. Mel, she's in the middle of the Caribbean. The internet is not necessarily guaranteed. Then her voice will start to break up. And if you're the speaker, very, very challenging. So one of the things that we look at is making sure that the in-person can hear. So this is why you need speakers. So you'll take the virtual people, they need to be broadcasted not over a little laptop speaker, right? You'll probably need something bigger. It could be a Bluetooth speaker, it could be a loud PA system, right? You want to hear the in-person people speak. So that's why they have to have microphones, either wireless microphones, especially on a speaker, and either a wireless or wired handheld microphone that can go around to other people so that we can figure out a way for the audience, if they're going to say something, to have them talk. And then we want to make sure that the virtual people can hear, so they can hear what's going on clearly, and that the virtual people can also speak. And this is one of the harder parts that people have had. This is why I share the Zoom screen now. And why that's important is, one is on the Zoom screen is usually the presentation plus a video of the speaker. I want the in-person room and the virtual room to see the exactly same thing on their screen. So I really look for that. And then the second thing you can do is then add spotlight people in. So now the virtual audience can come on stage and talk to someone like me, right, who's in the speaker. Chris, hey Chris, how are you? Do you mind if I bring you on? I just want to say hello to you.
Hi, John. My pleasure.
Great, Chris. How you been? I haven't seen you like in the past year or so.
Great. I'm hiding in the woods on the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia.
Oh, jealous. All right, Chris, have you done anything hybrid in the past year? If not, that's fine.
Not hybrid, either in person or everyone virtual.
Yeah.
And you know the whole what I learned from you was to keep the camera on, and a lot of the teaching that I was doing was actually teaching Tai Chi, and we kept the cameras on for safety reasons, frankly, so that we could make sure that nobody was falling over while they're doing it, and also to give feedback to one another.
Yeah, you have to give feedback on form or style or things like that.
Right, exactly.
Oh, genius. Thank you so much, Chris. So Chris there too is just sharing, like, as you can see, audio was so important. Like if you're teaching a class, we need to have that. Okay. The first thing is when I get asked to do a hybrid, the first thing I'm thinking about is how are we going to get the audio correct? The next one is why. The next one is your view, and that you should really make the view the best seat in the house. For the virtual audience, often I will look for the middle center seat for where to put the cameras, because that camera is going to represent 20, 40, 50, 100 people. And like I shared yesterday, often when we run hybrid, we have been able to increase the in-person audience somewhere between 50 to 100% or more. And so give them the best seat in the house. Let me tell you that I have gotten kicked out of the best seat of the house. When there was a hybrid and I said I want the best seat in the house, and then they set the tables, they packed the room because they sold out their event. And then they pushed me off to the side. And what unfortunately happened is that every panel, they had a lot of panels, and the speakers where the main view was off the angle of the side of the room. Also, the other part that happened is that the speaker was addressing the middle of the room. So to virtual, it looked like this the whole time. And it's very difficult, right, for the virtual audience to feel engaged if they don't feel like they're talking to you. So that's why I look for the best seat in the house, right? So this is really key around the view that they have. Liz, come on in. Liz, are you there? I see your hand. Okay, we'll have to, well, let's see. Liz, are you back there? Let's checking in with you. Karen, we'll come back to Liz if you can find it. Let me know when Karen comes back. Okay. So here are some let's see, side view. Here are some other challenges. The other one is this. What is that? That's called earthquake. In one hybrid, the camera was a super zoom in the back of the room, a room that held 1,000 people. And every time an in-person attendee walked in front of the camera, the floors were older. They were made of wood. The camera shook. And for the virtual audience, which was 650 people, all that happened was it would shake. I mean, like they're watching a keynote and it's like this. It was so difficult. As the virtual MC in that program, I tried to stall and just hashtag earthquake, right? The earthquake chats like blew up. It turned out that over the next 2 days, we had to work a fix. They had stanchions that went around and around the camera, and we had to keep pushing them out further and further so that nobody would walk in that area so that camera would stay stable. So those are like things like that when you don't get the right view. The next one also then is too high. We got a breakout room. And again, I'm a virtual MC in a lot of these programs, so I'm not on site. So I may not have control over where this camera is. But if I was, in one of them, they came down, the camera high was so high. It was 16 feet high, pointing down at the stage. You think it's bad, right? If I have a bad camera angle here. Talk about 16 feet high. All they saw was the top four of their forehead. They saw the stage. They saw people talking out to people, but not talking to them. And the virtual got 3 days of this. Liz, are you still here? Oh, Liz. Okay, great. So Liz, again, let me know, Karen, if Liz comes back in. Okay, so let's see.
I'm back.
Yes, Liz.
Sorry, I couldn't unhook myself. So here's my question. Your prior point, I think I misunderstood you. Did you say that if you do hybrid that your in-audience attendance increases? Because I would think it would cannibalize on your in-person audience. Did I mishear, or does it actually increase it? You're muted.
There we go. Sorry, increase. Increase is really the key. And here's the reason. Well, let me just check with some of the other people. Why would we think like in the hybrids that we know about that that attendance would increase? I just want to check the audience. Does anybody have any reasons? Feel free to unmute.
People wouldn't have to travel and pay the travel expenses.
That's right. That's one route. So travel expenses. I'll take one more.
Can I do one? I also think that it's really important not just to consider an individual meeting, but the impact of your community-based metrics over time. So a lot of people consider engagement methods as how many people came to a meeting, when in reality, it's based upon the quality of the value and the sense of relational belonging that you produce. So yeah, on your first meeting, go okay, it could cannibalize. On your second, and then your third, and then your fourth, it's going to increase overall because the quality of your engagement and sense of belonging creates a ladder of participation.
So Liz, here's some other key things that we heard. One of them is called government social media. That's a conference that I've been a virtual MC at. And most of them, because they work for the government, said if this virtual option was not available, I could not be here. The cost differential between attending in-person and virtual is like a factor of 6 or more. Then there are the whole other parts, right? We're all in different stages. Some people still aren't comfortable, right, coming out of the end of the pandemic. The other part is sometimes people go, well, wow, I can fit in this meeting and still have dinner with my family or whatever is valuable. So there's lots and lots of reasons. Oh, here, I'll give you my other one, Liz. At Training Magazine and ATD, we both increased the audience by 50%. We ran hybrid from the expo floor, and so people could attend a portion of this conference for free without having to travel to that location. right? And the sponsor, there was a sponsor for it. The sponsor got the goals that they got, which is the 200 or whatever, 50% more email addresses or contacts plus exposure to their product and contact. Does that help, Liz? Oh, and I'll give you my last one here. And Karen, just leave me up with it, Liz, and then I have a video to share. Is that Starbucks cannibalizes itself all the time if you haven't listened to their strategy. They will put a Starbucks across the street and they have a whole formula about how they know it'll start to cannibalize one and that eventually that the two will produce more than the single destination. So that's another sales example of I wouldn't, it depends what your goals are, but I wouldn't worry about cannibalization. If you do it right, what you would love to worry about is increased attendance, increased engagement. And that's why Amanda Lee Kaiser, coming up later, we'll talk about engagement. Thanks again, Liz. I want to share you a short video about the best seat in the house. So I am the proud producer for the API, or Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, here in Seattle. It is a one-day festival. We produce 6 hours of live content from every of the 50 different cultures involved with Asian Pacific Islander. We are the only festival out of 40 that broadcasts hybrid. And look what happened here when we get the best seat in the house. Do me a favor and just chat one word that you might have thought or felt while you watched that last video. Love to hear your one word. Liz said fun. Shiraz said fun too. Wow. Rhonda said wow. John said perspective. Belinda, fun. Gordon, beautiful. Sylvia, multicultural. Hi, Sylvia. Cute child. That's right. I ended with a cute child. That's right. I was looking for the easy bonus points. But it was really cool because that child, I mean, there was an authentic moment that turned out to be a win. That was a breakdance group that's famous here in Seattle called the Massive Monkeys. They've been on America's Best Dance Crew. And they invited people to come up to learn how to breakdance. And that little girl came up. And I have a super zoom lens. That's one of the key pieces too. That I'm about 200 or more feet away from the stage. So by using the right series of lenses and other techniques, we were able to get that people, virtual members, up close and personal with these beautiful costumes and cute kids and dragon dances and culture. So that's what happens when you get the great view. Okay. The next of the B here is be the MC. Hire a virtual MC. Less than 20% of the hybrid programs I know about have a virtual MC. They might have a regular in-person MC, but by having a virtual MC, right, they can smooth out transitions. They can add energy. They can improv to handle any tech issue. And so in this place here, in one program, I was the virtual MC, and the keynote comes on. And we lose audio for 32 minutes. And I'm the virtual MC. So one of my jobs as the virtual MC is the media come in when there's a tech problem. And I do it mainly before the chat blows up. Because haven't you ever been on that meeting where the chat blows up going, you're on mute, right? But there's thousands of people there, chat's blowing up. And so I immediately got into there going, oh, I acknowledge that we lost audio. Let me check into our home place that was in Georgia. So I have a chat line. By the way, this is one of the other best techniques. Have a back channel. There's a back channel of all the people running the meeting who can communicate without the audience seeing. It's nothing worse than melting down in front of your audience and your audience knows. Have a back channel, right? Meeting professionals have been using this for years. And I go, we lost audio. And all I get back of the response is, it's going to be a while. So what did I do? Being a professional MC, one of the things that I did is that I have practiced and played and led something known as PowerPoint karaoke. Does anybody know what PowerPoint karaoke is? If you do, raise your hand. Oh my gosh, Karen, come up. Karen is also you saw yesterday, not only very good in improv, but also good at singing. Karen, this is what I call the song and dance. That's right. Karen, what do you know about PowerPoint karaoke?
It's where you just take someone's slides. You don't have necessarily all of their notes and you just read it for them and you do their presentation for them. It's almost like it's basically a form of improv. It at least gets the material out there. And honestly, I think for me, it goes back to what you were talking about, the authenticity versus perfection of, oh my gosh, we're all human. It's okay if we're all human. It's okay. We're all doing the best. It's like your no sorry zone. It's amazing how it all comes together, right? It's almost like it's all connected. But it's an interesting thing to see someone get up, not knowing what they're going to do, and it's kind of like a journey. We're all in it together. I feel invested as part of the audience because I know that you're flying blind. And so I'm invested and I want you to do well. And I'm going to give you that energy too.
What's amazing about this, right, is that this is what I decided to do as a virtual MC. Because one, they're all collecting CEU or credits.
Right.
And if we cancel the class, one, they got to reschedule it or they got to replay it. It's a real pain. And number two is just as a virtual MC, this is the stuff. The unexpected stuff quite often becomes the memorable, the unforgettable stuff in a conference. So I started doing this. And then the concept of this presentation, by the way, I'd never seen it before, but I did a peek. I knew the concepts. They're using the 5 love languages to retain people in healthcare so that they don't have to hire new people, where that's the real challenge. Is like 99% of senior citizen homes in Atlanta are not fully staffed. So every time they lose somebody, they just fall further behind. So I started doing that. I'm I'd watch the slides. I wasn't even in control of changing the slides, that they were changing them. And I had everyone do the assessment. People chatted things back. So it was amazing and people were blown away. And then when the audio came back on, Karen, is that people asked, the virtual audience asked 2 questions to the speaker. They were trying to see did John miss anything? What did we miss? And they came back after asking the 2 questions and the chat blew up again. And they're like, oh my gosh, John, you got this 95 to 100% right. All right. So Karen, I'm going to actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you, since again, I know you're pretty good at improv. We'll find out. I have 5 slides for you.
Oh, good.
So I want you to just so some of you can see, again, Karen might make it look easy, but for the rest of you, right, to put yourself in the position of this virtual MC, and now you'll know why you want to pay them well, because a great virtual MC can do something like this and cover. So there's 5 slides. The last slide on it says last slide, and you can either say boom, or you can, that's great. I'm going to make you say boom to change to the next slide. Are you ready? That's called the Boom Advancer, by the way. It was invented by my friends in ILEA, an International Events Association, and it is hilarious. Okay, great. So are you ready, Karen?
No, but we're going to do it anyway.
Okay, so here are 5 slides. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our presenter, Karen Schlomer.
Okay, obviously, we're going to talk about what happens when you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Boom. So, staff stability is about 5 things: ease in finding you and applying, outreach messages that resonate, positive first impressions, fast assimilation, and manager skills and engagement plus values. Boom. A job application. There's so much information that we put in a job application and previous experience and everything. And honestly, I don't know where this is going, but I always find them a little bit kind of redundant. I have to put in the same information so many times. Boom, let's see what's on the next slide. So obviously this one is going to be about connection. That's literally all I have. I know that it's about connection, but I don't have any notes. And so we're going to go boom and go to the next slide. Birds of a feather meta together. I mean, I think that we find this, it's all the connection, right? That's where we are, is we find our people and we're able to expand our own community. And I think that's one of the great things about this. And I'm gonna make John take this back over now, please.
Let's give it up for Karen.
Okay, but what were those 2 slides? What were they? I have to know. No, I need to know.
This is from a real presentation. I'm not sure if I remember here, but this was, I love the connection. This connection was hilarious. Let's find out. Let's find out from the rest of the other people. Somebody want to give a comment, either a compliment to Karen or a observation about that?
What those slides are, because I want to know. I want to come up with something good. I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to that quickly.
Okay, I got Liz and Karen. Liz, go ahead.
Karen, I'm very impressed with your improv skills. Going back to last night, your ability to compose a jingle on the fly and get us all singing. Plus, just to go with the slideshow, I've seen crazy slides where they put some weird thing in to make it even harder. So at least you didn't get that. When you talk about connection, the thing that comes to mind for me is, like in LinkedIn, it's not your connection, it's your connections, the weak ties that are more likely to get you the job. And there's also this whole idea that your car gets you a job, your car gets you to your job, but your network makes sure you have a job to go to. Because I think 90% of all jobs come through networking or unofficial. Hey, go apply here. So that's what I would have thought, but I don't know what they meant.
Karen, one of the lines you could have used, you're saying, oh, you think that content is queen? Oh, no, connection is queen. But next slide. All right, Karen.
I have time to prepare next time.
Karen Gleason, we got all the Karen on the board.
All the Karens are here now. It's a party. What I thought of is you went from job application to that connection networking. So you put all this stuff on the job application, but what you want to say is now you turn to your network. And because you put all that stuff in your job application time and time again, what you want to do is make sure your network knows all that so they can look for a job for you.
Oh, see,
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
you
Next
know.
slide. Boom.
Can I get to
got all
go?
the Karens now. Managers beware.
Yeah. Using our Karen power for good.
Thank you so much, Karen. All right, all the Karens are in the house. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much for Karen for that demonstration. So that's one of the things to look at. And not everybody has this skill, right? There are multiple skills around here, especially two people have been talking about creating energy on virtual. So I'm going to share, let's see, this was last year's GSM. So it's government social media, where all the speakers were from Meta, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, great keynote speakers. And these are the people who are like in fire departments. Like when you see a social media fireman, lip sync video or something, these are the people behind it. Really cool people, by the way. Like they've discovered that they can have a full-time job creating social media, and it's actually really valuable that they can give community messages, positive things with that. And so anyways, I got to delete some networking sessions because a lot of times people complain on virtual that we don't get to network. By the way, for those who are here at lunch, right? Hopefully you'll stick around here at lunch. All I know is we opened some breakout rooms. There were 2 rooms that were so hopping, right? There was the freelance room and there was the AI room. And I know I visited them both and they just said, well, we feel like we made some lifelong friends. So if you're here with us here on Zoom, hang out for the lunch part. And so in the networking session, right, we wanted to do something unique that had a lot of energy and united the virtual people together. In fact, they're so united now. I actually created a social media group. They did ask, how can we stay together? And so I created them a Facebook group and gave them back the link, and like 200 people immediately joined. And it was called GSMCon Virtual Land, right? That's what I gave the name to all the people in virtual, was Virtual Land, and they loved it. So I asked them to do something. So let's see. Does anybody remember the meme Harlem Shake? Does anybody remember Harlem Shake? Joe's the other one shaking her head. So bring Joe up. Joe, could you please tell us what the Harlem Shake is?
The Harlem Shake is a song that play. I don't know how it started, but it was a song that plays something da 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 da, and then the whole room is like completely still, I believe, and then just goes crazy. Wham, bam, bam, like all this stuff goes on, and it's in like an office, so you have these people who you don't expect to suddenly like throw a lampshade on, throwing confetti, doing crazy things in the background.
Perfect.
Is that right?
So Harlem Shake starts with the beginning of a song, and what you're supposed to do is stand still or look bored. And then when the drop, right, the part of the music that changed tempo, right, everybody does something crazy. So I got this group to do it. Joe, would you like to see this? Okay. So here we go. The Harlem Shake.
The Harlem Shake.
That's the Harlem Shake.
I like that you had Grogu in the mix.
And what else did you see in there? It was amazing how much energy we created. Right, Joe?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's an example of where a virtual MC again can create a large amount of energy in a short amount of time. That's our example here from GSMCon. Okay, moving on, we do have a couple other points to get. The R in hybrid stands for rehearsals. Right, coach your speakers, test the technology, and test the transitions. In coaching the speakers too for hybrid, this is one of the more challenging part because I don't think most speakers speak at hybrid. I don't think they agree on the best techniques, and some of them just don't know. And so we really tried to give 3 key items, and the 3 key items were, let's see, acknowledge the virtual audience first. Right. The second was take the first question from virtual, and the third one is make sure to have a microphone for your in-person people, or if it happened quickly, is to repeat the question. And I can't tell you the number of times for me as a producer, right? I got to yell out, "Oh, please repeat the question," right? I'm always advocating, either when I'm the producer or the virtual MC, I'm advocating for what the virtual audience sees. So again, test all the technology too. So look to get the setups as close as possible, if not exactly how they're going to be. Quite often we try and set the technology up the day before and then run a whole series of tests with it. That helps us find. And every time, this is the challenge about moving from hybrid. Here in my studio, I know almost everything works, right, on a reliable basis. But when you move everything, you can always get a new challenge or a new problem. And then the last part is work through the transitions. Often when I run a rehearsal with this, I'll speed through the agenda, but stop at the transitions. One of my favorite sayings is, hybrid meetings are won and lost in the transition. There's nothing worse than everyone looking at each other going, what do we do next? Right? What do we do next? The I that I have here is inclusive. It's thinking about inclusion. And what's amazing about in Learnapalooza, we looked at the technical parts of inclusion. Actually, I want to share this story here first too. In this part in inclusion, this program happened to me in April of 2020, like right after pandemic started. Sharks on the Beach is a great program here in Seattle. And Black entrepreneurs write their business plan for the first time. And then at the end of the program, the graduation is they get a chance to pitch their company. And they have like a friendly Shark Tank style program where everybody gets something. And there are some awards for the top presenters as well as the People's Choice Award. And then pandemic hit. And BJ Stewart, who actually logged in shortly yesterday, came to me and he goes, John, we want to run Sharks on the Beach virtual. And I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, sure. We can do that. Right. even though it was April 2020. I was like, yeah, we're going to do it on Zoom. Everyone will be at home, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, no. I want to bring in all the presenters to our building in Urban Impact. And I'm like, whoa, why do we want to do that? And he goes, okay, let me explain. He had been meeting with the entrepreneurs for 6 months, and he knew they had widely different technical setups. Right? For those who might have heard the word digital divide, he was living it. And he goes, I don't want the pitches to be influenced by the level of technology they have at their home. So I want to be able to bring them here to one location in Seattle. I said, I'll only do it if I get to run the health protocol. He goes, deal. We ran the highest health protocol we could figure out at that time. Everybody was masked the entire time. They only unmasked when they presented. We cleaned mics. We had temperature checks. People ate outside. We did everything we could thinking possible. And what was exciting about it is that we pulled it off. Nobody got sick. And these entrepreneurs who worked so hard on their new businesses were able to present. And we actually caught this moment. The winner of this year, we actually ended the live stream, and then she got up, and she has this big check that she won, came up and said, I got something to say. And let me just share what she said. Again, this is after the live stream ended, but we were all still in the room.
I was on medical leave April 22nd to May 26th. That's over a month. And I did not think that I was going to win this competition or even be able to compete. On 2 separate occasions, I was going to back out from this competition because I was so sick. And I have to say this, Kirsten, she helped bring me through this competition.
That's right. She was going to quit the competition. One person who was the assistant to BJ talked her into it, and she won. That's really the cool parts in hybrid, when you could do something really inclusive. And what was great about this too, I think we talked about cannibalization. In this event, we told the 150 or 200 people who used to come to this program live to stay home. And they said, stay home, and if you want to really help us out, share the stream. The Facebook live stream was shared by 150 people. And the video has since clocked 18,000 views. 18,000 views. No paid advertisement, by the way, all organic. That's what, key parts for inclusion. So in inclusion here too, in Learnapalooza, we demonstrated all of these techniques, and I just want to show you what happens when our speakers and the team work together to be inclusive for this virtual audience.
Good morning, everyone in the room here in Seattle and everybody online. I am super excited that you guys are here today. This is the 8th year we've done this. Right?
I want to know, what about you? Where have you experienced this? Like, what has your experience been?
I was just going to say, I think the more I admit it, it helps me. Like, I think all those years of trying to act like I knew everything was detrimental. Now I'm just being more honest about it because everybody else goes, me too.
Hey, thanks for this talk and the quote you shared as far as there not being a future because of managing risk. Pretty stunning. What I was going to say is I think for all of us in this space of L&D, learning is not what's occurring, but knowing is what's occurring. I think that's where technology is at the critical point of, does that person know what they need to know?
And so when people say think out of the box, so let me just ask you, when people say think out of the box, what's the box? Policy, beliefs, status quo, tradition, culture.
I'd love to see if anybody has any quick comments about demonstrating those techniques. Hopefully you saw them in action. Do you have a comment or a question about them? Did they work for you? I think we may have a few Learnapalooza people here who actually attended. So if you'd like to share again, raise your hand or just unmute your mic. Thank you, Robbie. So a hybrid can be done. That's the fun part. There you go. Oh yeah, go ahead, Robbie.
Hey everybody. I think the issue is that hybrid can be done, but the investment in technology is the part where the organization has to be committed. And I've seen people want to kind of cut corners, and the result is both audiences are unhappy.
Yes.
So what you just demonstrated, there are some things you can do that are sort of that middle ground. Like I went to a hybrid event where they had this beautiful technology room and cameras and everything, but the opening speaker looked down in the first 3 rows and talked for 3 minutes about how great it was that we were all here together, how wonderful it was to hug this person and hug that person. And then in an offhand way said, oh, and there are folks never looking up at the camera, looking in the first 3 rows. Oh, and there's folks joining us online. And then later, like the MC saying, and there are folks joining us on a webinar or a Zoom or a something. Like only one speaker warmly acknowledged the people online and like looked up and like spoke to them for 3 minutes. Nobody else even gave them a look. And it's deflating. It's like they could have done it. It wasn't the technology. The technology could have been even better, like you're saying, but it's the speaking and like training. It's like telling a person on virtual, look at the camera once in a while. But I think same things, like look up, imagine, I tell speakers, imagine you have a balcony, because sometimes the camera's higher up. I'm like, imagine there's a balcony you're speaking to now and again. So hope that helps.
Robbie, do you want me? I'm gonna break down this design for you here too. So check this out. All right, so let me share what happened here in Learnapalooza. So here's what it goes, just to go through the behind the scenes of my process. This is what we got. This is called the Mountaineers here in Seattle. So over here are 2 rooms. The challenge here too, with the keynotes, we're in these 2 blue rooms over here on my left, if you can see my mouse shaking around. And then they put an air wall up. So we have to divide the room in a break, and then we're in all the breakouts. And at the end of the day, we tear the air wall back down again and turn it back into the closing keynote. And then session room 3 is over here across the hall. So let me give you some ideas of what this looked like. This is the main room. As you can see, there's the air wall behind me. And so this gets split. This is a kind of where it was actually in rounds on the day, but this just gives you the idea of the size of the room. What's nice though is that they do have this big audio system. All those black things that are on top of there are speakers, right? They're, so that we can, they're like in-room speakers that can cover the entire room. So here's kind of the breakdown of this room. Is that here I've given you some sight lines. So the blue circles are tables. The orange rectangles are our production boxes, or where we set up our production tables. And these are where the cameras were. The black lines kind of gave you where the camera lines gave angles to the stage. All of them also had a backwards camera, which is there was a camera position at the stage backwards to the audience. And then all of them were some kind of remote control so that we could find people in the audience. So they really wanted to do Q&A at the tables without having to get people to move. So those are some of the choices. So again, we only ran this set, the orange box here on the bottom and during the keynote. And then when this went up, a second producer, Michael, came over here and ran this as room 2. Here's what the setup looked like in room 3. This is Jackie Ravella, one of my graduates of the Engaging Virtual Meetings virtual course. And she said, I want to learn more. And she didn't know what happened when she said yes. She came in and going, I'm going to send you to a full-blown hybrid production system. And bless her heart, she really embraced it. And at the end of the day, she got so many compliments. In every room, 3 monitors, 3 cameras, 2 wireless mics, a producer, a mic runner, a virtual MC. And let me just give you a kind of a peek here what it looked like, and then I can share the final result.
I've been friends with this man for 12 years, 10, 12 years, 12 years, I think. This man behind the keyboard, John, do you have a shot of you? Right there.
Thank you so much, Darren. Thank you so much.
Engaging virtual meetings. When we had a conversation earlier this spring, John and I sat down and talked. He goes, "Why don't we do something that's also engaging online and stuff?" I'm like, "Okay, let's try it." He's like, "Well, we're gonna bring 3 cameras." I'm like, "Oh, 3 cameras. We got 3 rooms." He's like, "No. We're bringing 3 cameras in each room. We're streaming this damn live." I'm like, "Holy crap!" I'm like, "I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but let's do it." And I'm a techno nerd, but if you look around, this thing is streaming live to everybody out there. And by the way, I know we've got someone in Sweden watching. I know a buddy of mine is in Australia. Craig Plain, you're out there in Minnesota. Thank you for coming. That's what this is all about, whether it's in this room or anywhere else. Thank you, John.
So check out the results of this conference. If you use all these principles of hybrid, HYBRID, this is what we hope would be your result. This is an authentic chat that was sent during the meeting from a PhD. This has been the best hybrid I've attended ever. So with that, I hope that you remember these 6 things, right? Your audio, hear your view, be the MC, rehearsals, inclusive, and design. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed this. I'm going to give you a link for filling out a review during the break. It is 7 minutes afterwards. Come back 2 minutes after the hour. Oh, wait, we have a 10-minute break. I take that back. Come back at 10:05 Pacific Standard Time, or 5 minutes after the hour, and we will see, coming up next, elevating engagement with our good friend Amanda Lee Kaiser like the role. Thank you, everybody. We hope you enjoyed this talk. All right, so we are on a 8-minute break. And let me give you a link here too. Here's a Takadot link for those who are here. Let me give this here to our YouTube friends too. Anybody have any other comments or questions? If you have any comments or questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can hang out on the break.
I got a quick question as far as the inclusivity of the people that are on YouTube and this event. How are you working them in? And I'm missing parts of this all day long.
Yes, our YouTube friends. Well, let's see if our YouTube friends are chatting. Let's see. Paula Peterson's out there. Hi, Paula. How exciting to see Rhonda. Oh, apparently, Paula, you got a friend out here. So there are different ways. Actually, a great example will be coming up in Amanda's program. Where in Amanda's program, when I looked, it's almost like a hybrid, but Zoom and YouTube, because of the 2 different platforms. So when I share Amanda's screens, I'll be sharing it through my window. Actually, we have this really cool crafty thing, though. She can still move the slides on her side. But ideally, when I do live streams, I actually like to present now screens side by side, so we can really control the view, so it's nearly the same for Zoom and YouTube. So those are some of the different ways. Again, we also have some people chatting with them. And I know yesterday, again, over here on the computers that you can, here, I guess you can see this here, is that in my window, all right, I have these computers on, and they're actually watching the majority of our live streams over here. So those are some of the ways that we include our YouTube audience. And the exciting news, Dr. Mel, what you didn't know, is that we have a kind sponsor, and we actually upgraded all the YouTube people to Zoom for the next 2 days. They don't get the recordings or any of the other cool stuff, VIP stuff, but we have invited them, and I believe a few of them are here. Anyways, those are some of the things that we do. Thanks, Dr. Mill. Any other comments or questions? I'll play royalty free here since that's the other thing that a lot of people comment going, how is John playing, copyrighted music on social media? And I'm like, well, I'm doing it, and I know I'm going to get muted during those parts. And that's why you should be here with us in Zoom, because they don't get muted here in Zoom. And I do own an ASCAP license. So an ASCAP license allows me to play copyrighted music. Edward said, good when no one is attending from Newfoundland, Canada. The time set is off by 30 minutes. And there's a time zone off by 15 minutes. That's right. Thanks, Ruth. Good to see you, Josh. Still working away. I said the word Josh and like my Siri went off. Oh, now Siri's going to go off again. Great. Let's see, Amanda. I'm going to get your stuff ready. Let me.
I got it working now. I was laughing because you were mentioning storytelling as a major thing of engagement, and I have a problem with a really good storyteller who's piloting the course in my other ear. And the problem is he's completely tangential with all of these stories, and we're trying to pilot a course that we're going to deliver to any instructor to teach, and no one else can be replicating his sage on the stage stories. And I'm like, we need to be testing the course material, not and the content, not his storytelling ability. Because I developed a story that ties through the entire content, but it's getting buried under all of his, like, in the 1950s, IBM was, I'm like, who cares? This is project management. Like, he's going into all these really robust personal stories about his times and people he knows. And he tells all these people's life stories. And I'm like, not important to the topic of the vocabulary of project management.
Well, storytelling is.
Back.
Let's see how many green thumbs up we have.
I can hear him. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Josh.
Ugh.
Again, storytelling doesn't fix everything. It has a place and time. It has to be designed to be there.
Yeah, that's right. And I have a designed story that emphasizes the topics so that we can give it to any instructor to teach this. And yeah, we're now over 2 hours over time because of all of his stories.
Oh, geez.
It's a whole week course. It's 40 hours for the course material. So it's going to be a lot of things made up at the very end. I don't know. It is what it is. I'm just going to deliver it and walk away.
Okay, Amanda.
I see Joe's face. She's just like, oh my God.
I am shook. Who's in charge?
So unfortunately, this is welcome to the VA. So one thing that we're designing the course, we're handing it off to another vendor to deliver the course. So there's that issue of like essentially two different competing contractors within there. And yeah, it's just, and then the project manager at VA, I have to text him like, can you get him on the rails, please? Because I can't tell them directly because I can't task another contractor. Fun federal laws. Anyway. But I've been more engaged listening to you all and trying to.
All right, we're about 60 seconds away, Amanda. And Karen, will you do Amanda's spotlight in just a moment? Oh, let's do that too. Amanda, I have co-hosted you. Please confirm.
Great, got it.
Okay, can anybody name this cover? Wow, nobody?
I know it. I just can't think of the name.
That's an acoustic guitar version of Firefly.
Firefly. Yeah.
All right. So Karen, go ahead and bring me up, and then I'll bring Amanda up. You can help me bring Amanda up.
All right, video.
Okay, welcome everybody. We're getting into our second program of the day.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. This is John Chen here, the host of the Engaging Conference. So excited for our next program here until the high noon. This speaker knows about engagement. In partnership with Dynamic Benchmarking, she researched what makes onboarding, orientation, and welcoming programs tick. She's been a senior production manager at Crayola and a director of marketing and membership for the National Association of College and Employers. She's the author of the Amazon bestseller, Elevating Engagement. She's going to share her decades of insights with you. Let's welcome Amanda Lee Kaiser, like the roll. Welcome, Amanda.
Right.
How are you doing?
I'm great. Thanks so much, John. That was fantastic. I appreciate it. So thank you. It's great to see everybody here. Hello, hello. And thanks for the introduction, John. And you know now a little bit about me. So what I want to do is learn a little bit about you, and we are gonna do that through Pickles. So Pickles is a really fun app that I have been playing with lately. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the QR code large. So I want you to grab your phones. Every time that I do a presentation and I say to people, hey, grab your smartphone or grab your tablet, all of my other speaker friends just about faint. But yes, I do want you to grab your phone and go ahead and scan that QR code. I'm gonna do the same thing because I want you to see I want you to see what I'm seeing and make sure that you're exactly on the right place. So what you're going to come up with is you're going to come up with a Pickles canvas. That's how you know if you are in the right place. You'll see this Pickles canvas. The oblong triangle will help you set your line thickness, and then you can pick any colors. And all I want you to do right now is a doodle. So pick a bunch of different colors and do a doodle. And I'm going to tell you, like, this is not Rembrandt quality art. This is what I am talking about here. So do a doodle. When you're done, you can go ahead and click submit. And in a minute, I'm going to advance the slide. When everybody gets comfortable with what they're doing, I'm going to advance the slide to our next question. So I see some good doodles here. There's rainbows and houses and trees and flowers. So let's, a lot of what we're doing, it occurs to me, a lot of what we're doing in events is we're actually building these pop-up communities. And so let's do that right now. Let's try drawing a happy face. So you might be at a place where you can hit done and then draw again. And you should come to a canvas that actually says, now try drawing a happy face at the top. So go ahead, pick colors, and you can play around with drawing your happy face. I think I should have made my lines a little bit thicker there. So yeah, Deborah, if you hit done, you should get to the next canvas that we're on. And if anybody's having any problems, let me know. Sometimes you might have to scroll up a little bit to get to the right one. But anyway, hit whatever green button and it should advance to the correct canvas. Okay, I hope that helps. I see some really good happy faces here. There's some really artistic stuff going on. I see a guy with brown hair and a beard. That's amazing. Here I would. This is what I was able to do. There's all kinds of good stuff coming in here. Okay. So now I've got another question. I see a few of you have this question. I see done but not submit. So you can hit done, or you can hit, I think there's a green button that says draw again, and that'll get you exactly to the canvas that we're on. And yes, so thanks, John. Draw, it's either done or draw again, whatever green button. And I think I misspoke when I said submit. So let me go ahead and advance, and we'll go to my next question for you. And I see some, I'm just going to let everybody put their couple of finishing touches on for a couple of seconds. All right. So now if you hit done and draw again, you're going to end up with the next question, which is, where is one awe-inspiring place you've been? You can either draw it or you can write it with your finger or with your mouse. And while you're doing that, I want to I'll share a quick little story with you. And that is 20-something years ago, my husband and I visited Devil's Tower National Monument. Now, if you've never been to Devil's Tower or know what it is, it's this huge volcanic rock. It's actually the inside of a volcano, and it's sticking up out of hundreds of miles of flat prairie. So it's very, very striking. And if you are about my age, Devil's Tower National Monument was actually the hero. It was featured very, very prominently in what was it? It was the Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Thanks so much, John, for adding that a link to a picture of Devil's Tower in the chat. So okay, so it was in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and that's a sci-fi movie. So my husband and I, we climbed into this very old SUV that we had at the time, and we drove from Pennsylvania all the way out to Devil's Tower, and we got there super, super late at night. And we were setting up our tent in the dark, and we got ourselves finally all situated. And as we were starting to just relax a little bit, we looked out at Devil's Tower, and there was a full moon rising over the tower. Now, according to Hollywood, this is the place where aliens visited. So you can imagine what it was like for us on this summer evening, full moon rising over Devil's Tower. It was, for me, it was like a out of the world experience. It was very, very awe-inspiring. And I want to see where some of your awe-inspiring places are. I see Panama Canal. I have never been there. I can only imagine. Banff. Oh, somebody said Africa. It looks like there's pictures of oceans and lakes and tropical islands and Venice. And there's so many good ideas here. One of the things that occurs to me when I look at this list is we're adding to each other's bucket list, but we're also kind of finally remembering our own reverse bucket list. So there's this idea that I heard of from a recent podcast, and this was an idea of a reverse bucket list. And I wish I could give attribution to the actual podcast, but I forget where I got it from. But somebody talked about this reverse bucket list idea, that there's your bucket list. It's everything that you want to do, but your reverse bucket list is your kind of mental list, or maybe it's a physical list of all of the places you have gone and things you've done and achievements you've had and, all of that good stuff. So we get to kind of multitask here. I got to see all of your ideas. So that's going to fill my bucket list. And then you got to remember some of your awe-inspiring moments. And so you got to revisit your reverse bucket list. Ooh, I see somebody went to the Grand Canyon in San Francisco and Kenya. And it looks like there's a desert and mountains here, and mountains and lakes. So many trips out into nature. I love it. All right. So I am going to go ahead and stop share and let you know that, travel is very, very much on my mind these days. And partly because I'm in the middle of my fall speaking tour, and so I've been traveling quite a bit lately, but partly because I attended an RV show. So John, I'll let you go ahead and share my Mentimeter if you would, please. Thank you so much. So yes, so I got a chance to visit this RV show, and an RV show is very much like a consumer show. It's it is a consumer show. An RV is a consumer show, but it's very much like B2B conferences or trade shows. So there's, registration and learning sessions and exhibitors and food and door prizes and attendees and sponsors. And because I know that first impressions are so critical, this show really got me thinking about those critical first impressions that attendees experience that inform their decisions to engage. And we're going to spend a lot of time workshopping this. I just see Dr. Mel saying, van life for the win. So that's exactly it, Dr. Mel. I was kind of thinking about later on in life, and I was thinking about van life for myself, and I got to kind of go and envision what it might be like. It was super, super fun. So we're going to head into Mentimeter to ideate. And what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and scan this QR code. And I am going to do the same. John said, John also put together or put a chat in the chat, a link in the chat Here's the way that I recommend that you get into Mentimeter. There's two ways. One is if you've got a laptop or a small screen, I suggest you grab your phone and you scan the QR code and you can answer me or play and participate through Mentimeter with your phone. If you've got a bunch of screens like I do, go ahead and click the link and it'll open up another window for one of your other screens and you can participate in Mentimeter like that. So let me go ahead and scan the QR code so you can see what I'm seeing and you'll know you're in the right place. So right now it's just going to say scan to participate, and that's how you know you're in the right place. If you have any problems with the tech at all, anywhere along the way, please do let me know. I want to make sure that everybody who wants to participate can participate in Mentimeter. So the first question somebody's saying I super got into the picture drawing and now I'm sad there isn't another canvas. I'll have to keep that in mind next time. We can do maybe some longer times in Pickles. If you want to try it though, you can try it out at Pickles. It's Piccles. And there is a free version and a paid version. I have a lot of fun with Pickles. And by the way, the team that developed Pickles, they're such nice people. So my first question for you is, what is registration like at most in-person events? And when I say registration, what I'm talking about is you checking in the day of the event. It's attendees checking in the day of the event. So you might be thinking about a big conference where there's, banks of registration. It's, a bank of registration booths, and you got to find the correct booth by the first letter of your last name. Or you might be thinking about registration for a very small meeting, a very small monthly meeting. There might be just a little teeny folding table. And what I also want to say as you're filling out Mentimeter is there's no wrong answers today. We're going to be playing with lots of concepts. So nothing today is set in stone. You are welcome to submit answers that are not perfectly polished, not perfectly complete, or not perfectly correct. So let's take a look at what you're saying. And okay, so what I'm seeing is sort of this overwhelming, 22 responses so far and counting, that registration is kind of slow. It's lines, it's confusing, it's chaotic. You might not be able to find my information, and we're just waiting. John, if you want, you can click the X right there where the QR code is. Yeah, awesome. It's the place where you get your name tags. It's a cattle cart experience. It's where you find your speaker ribbon. Yeah, you are all hitting the nail exactly on the head. And here's what I heard from research that I conducted with 477 professionals who attend professional events. Registration environments are all about waiting in line. And so it's exactly what you're talking about. Long waits, long lines. And there's a tinge of anxiety sometimes because you're hoping that your information is correct. And I saw somebody say exactly that. So my next question for you is, how do people feel when they're in the registration area? Again, banks of booths or maybe just a teeny little table, whatever your experience you want to focus on is, how are they feeling? So go ahead and vote through Mentimeter. Are they nervous, anxious, bored, overwhelmed? Do they, they're feeling small, excited? How are they feeling? So go ahead and vote through Mentimeter. What do you think? You can click more than one idea. So a lot of times people don't feel like one singular straight emotion. It's sort of like this complex snarl of emotions. So you can feel nervous and excited at the same time. You can feel nervous, anxious, and excited at the same time. So what do you think? Click and vote on all of your ideas.
Amanda,
Hopefully
this feels like
go
a
ahead.
scientific diagram or something
Yeah.
that's happening here. Magnetic balls. I don't know.
That's right. Okay, so I'm gonna write down some of these so that I have these for later. You've picked excited, overwhelmed, and anxious. One of the things that also occurs to me is and this happens with any kind of survey, is I might not have picked all of the answers in this forced choice question. So are there emotions that I haven't offered up. You can go ahead and oh, somebody wants to display the QR code again. I don't think John can actually redisplay the QR code, but it'll pop up the next time we have another opportunity to participate. So
I will chat the link for them though, Amanda. So
yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So what do you think? How else might people feel during registration?
Tyler's giving you a shout out too. He's loving what you're doing with these apps, by the way.
Thank you. That's really great to hear. Yeah. So, and it's super fun having John and his team help me behind the scenes, because a lot of times I do this all by myself, and it's like, for me as a speaker, it's like a carnival going on behind the scenes. So thank you, Tyler. Karen, frustrated. Donna says tired. I agree with you both. Frustrated because of the, time and timing and all of that. And Donna, one of the things that I think it's easy to forget when you're the host and you've maybe been on site for a while is how exhausting travel day is. Even if you're driving across Miami, right? Even if you have to jump on a plane, especially if you have to jump on a plane and then a taxi and then this and that, those kinds of things can be really, really exhausting. Okay, so why am I talking about registration so much? Well, I'm talking about registration so much because it is a great example of a powerful first impression for our attendees. And it's a place where my research shows that there's a gap. There's a gap between hosts and gap between attendees. Now, I asked you how registration feels for attendees, and I asked you that because for attendees, registration is an experience. But the staff at registration have a job to do. Registration is there because it serves an administrative function. It's all about, you, and we talked about this in the first slide, that where you were all answering that question, what is registration? It's about checking people in. It's about making sure people get their badge and maybe their lanyard and maybe a program and maybe a bag, and they can grab their ribbons and maybe they get a bag with swag in it. That's the administrative function of registration. It's making sure that everybody who paid and registered in advance is actually there and all checked in. Now, if you've ever worked registration, when there are just hundreds of people in the line at registration, it very quickly starts to become a transaction. You're trying to process people. You're trying to make that line move along. And so what registration feels like when you're on the other side of the desk is it feels like a transaction. So for the people staffing registration, whether it's your staff or whether it's volunteers, it's a transaction, or it starts to feel like a transaction a lot of times. But registration on the other side of the desk or the other side of the counter is a very important first experience for the attendee who is making the decision whether or not to join. Now, this is just one example of the common gap that forms between hosts and attendees. And I'm just one example. And we're going to talk about how this gap emerges throughout this presentation, because there's many of these gaps that I've uncovered in my research.
Amanda,
and my
can you take
job,
a question?
yeah. I'm sorry?
We got a question from Tyler Paris. Hey, Tyler, I'm going to bring you in. Tyler, do you mind asking your question?
Yes, I was curious if you or others have applied value stream mapping to events. So in value stream mapping, it's a process that a lot of companies use with customers to break down the various stages and touch points that customers have with them. So you're breaking down the experience at every level, from the time a customer interacts with me to the time we onboard them, throughout the life cycle of a product or a service that they might use, and even to offboarding. Like, what's the offboarding experience like? You think about that experience at every stage of the customer journey.
Love that. And Karen is saying customer journey as well. Yeah,
very similar.
yes, absolutely. I feel like you're like reading my mind, Tyler. So I wrote this book called Elevating Engagement. Oh, cool. And see if I can flip to the right stage. So this is the book was written for event organizers and for community managers and for association managers. You know, like anytime you're getting together a community of people, particular professional communities. And so I did something that I think is kind of a little akin to what you're talking about. Is I broke out the 6 stages of engagement. And so the very first stages start exactly what you're saying, like way before the event, and then the last, you know, stages can go way after the event. You know, how do you do the offboarding? So yes, I think that what you're talking about sounds really great. I don't know if anybody else here is putting that exactly into practice, but I am with you. That is a great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
I kind of wanted to
Yeah.
kudos you on that answer, if I'm entirely honest, because from a community perspective, I'm a community architect. And one of the most important things about any form of onboarding funnel is that it's one thing to say it's a marketing funnel that creates a one-on-one conversation with other people. It's another thing to convert that funnel into a peer-to-peer based conversation. And I think that's a really great way to extend the concept of a one-on-one conversation in order to ease the journey.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I really love that. I've got another keynote that I do, and I talk about that a lot. Sometimes, I work with a lot of associations, and sometimes on the association side for the staff, you know, like they get so focused on you know, delivering content and making a space for those conversations and hosting the event. And when you're mired in the administrative stuff, you sometimes don't think about the fact that as a host, you're always in that lovely position of introducing other people and helping other people to kind of cross-pollinate and form some connections. If you have time, actually towards the end of our 2 hours, we're actually going to dive into a design session where we start to talk about those kinds of things and co-create ideas for helping people make those first meaningful introductions. Love it. Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. So my job today is to help us close that gap. We're going to talk about cultivating real engagement, but what the heck is engagement anyway? One of the things that I realize is engagement is very much this nebulous blob of a word, and it occurs to me that it has really different meanings depending on your point of view. So I've got some questions for you that's going to help us hone in on what engagement is. And so my first question for you is, what does engagement feel like? So I want you to think about the last event that you went to that was super engaging. It could be a virtual event, it could be an in-person event, it could be that the whole event was amazingly engaging, or it could be just that a little piece of that event was engaging. And I want you to think about the little piece that was engaging. And you might be thinking about a professional event like a meeting or a conference or a trade show, or you might be thinking about an event in your personal life, like a party, wedding, a friend group gathering. There's no wrong answers. No wrong answers here. So go ahead and drop all of your ideas into Mentimeter. What does being engaged feel like when you're at one of those events that you just don't want it to end? What does it feel like? And so what I'm seeing right now is you feel understood, welcomed, belonging, seen and heard, fun, wanted, accepted, interested, elevating, lively, happy. You're being seen. It's interactive. You feel focused. You feel energized. By the way, don't worry about duplicates. One of the really cool thing about word clouds is a whole lot of people are saying connected and energized and belonging, though, and those words get a little bit bigger, and it's kind of a form of voting. We sort of see some of the ideas that people are most, kind of rise to the top most quickly. And also the little words around the edge, those are super cool as well, because it's really interesting to see everybody's understanding of what engagement is. I really love the community, the happy, the lively, the energized, all the stuff. Um, yes, word clouds are great qualitative. I should have asked you, since well, you were off of mute, if you would pronounce your name for me, because I feel like I am going to not pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, my name is Venia.
Vinia. Did I say that right? Vinia.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much. Awesome. Okay. So this is great. And when I look at this list, and one of the things that I found in my research is that engagement is super, super, super emotional. Often we describe engagement in terms of logic. We'll even explain engagement in terms of transactional terms like registrations, purchases, opens, but for attendees, engagement is all about feelings. So in the research that I was telling you about that I conducted with 477 professionals, these were actually members of professional communities, when I asked them about the value of their community or the value of their association or the value of the association's annual conference, what they told me was stories. And these stories were very emotionally packed stories of connection. But sometimes they would tell stories of alienation. And then sometimes they would talk about belonging or the opposite of belonging, that feeling of being an outsider. And they talked about loving the conference so much that they became the self-appointed ambassadors, and they told everybody that they had to go to the conference or the meeting or the chapter meeting or the annual event. And then some of them had negative experiences at the conference or a meeting, and then they would actively tell people not to go. The decision to engage in a community, it's super emotional. The decision to engage in an event is super emotional. And when I'm talking about engaging in an event, it's going, it's asking questions, it's talking to other people. That's what I'm talking about here. So I have another question for you and in Mentimeter. And my question for you is, what did the host do that made that event so engaging for you? So remember, I asked you, think about an event in your personal life or your professional life. It doesn't matter what event it was, it's just an event that made you really happy, right? What was that event? And what do you think, if you could re-engineer what the host did, what do you think they did? Somebody said ask questions. For the person who said names, if you want to, either in the chat or in Mentimeter, can you explain a little bit more about what you mean about names? Did they use names? What did they do? They introduced me to other people. They promoted interaction back and forth. They were approachable. They were relatable. They met me at the airport. Oh man, goes right back to how exhausting travel can be sometimes. They gave space in the agenda to connect. Feel free, John, if you would, to just get rid of the QR code and go ahead and, if you wouldn't mind, just scanning down a little bit. Let's see what else we've got. Land acknowledgement. They welcomed to ask questions and they learned about me. They were using people's names and also making introductions. They recognized me and remembered my name. Yeah, I love it. And for some of you, if you are hosting events with 3,000 people, it might be hard to remember people's names, but there are ways to make connections. We're going to talk about some of that a little bit as we move on. So, okay, so this is super, super interesting. There's all kinds of really interesting ways that hosts are getting people to engage. We're going to see if we can go a little bit further. But first, let me ask you this question. Why do you think people decide to engage? What motivates them to engage? And I want you to think about your own experiences. What has prompted you to engage? So think about a time where you went to an event and you dove in and you gave it your all, right? You weren't just a bystander. You weren't just there to just sort of passively listen and take it all in, which is okay. That's an okay role at an event. But this is where an event where maybe you kind of stepped out of your comfort zone and you introduced yourself to other people during the receptions, or you went to the reception. That's kind of stepping outside of the comfort zone for some of us. So why do they decide? So somebody said, I felt safe to engage. I was interested in the topic. They have a problem to solve, so they engage. They were invited to engage. They already knew somebody who was involved. It was fun. Yes. If there is fun and energy and people are taking that risk, you might want to step out of your comfort zone and go ahead and engage. Let's see. So seeing other opportunities, it was related to my problem or issue. I wanted to be part of the group. Yeah. So it all gets, I love how all of this comes right back to community. This is fantastic. So, I just asked you just 3 quick questions. And in 3 quick questions, we framed engagement, I think, in a very new way than what I see talked about. And when we talk about engagement on the business side of things, we talked about what does engagement feel like? Well, it's emotional. We talked about, what do hosts do that make events so engaging? Well, they create all of these experiences. They're not just creating a home, a place for the event to happen. They're not just picking speakers, but they're creating little experiences along the way. And why do people engage? Well, they engage for emotional reasons. Now, remember I said sometimes there's this natural gap between hosts and attendees. And the topic of engagement is one of those places where that gap shows up all the time. We tend to try to engage people with logic and value. And really what they need to be is engaged with emotions and experiences. So we're going to talk about closing that gap and leaning into emotions and experiences right now. Now, the decision to engage is an emotional one, as we've been talking about, which means we have to engage their emotions. And how do we do that? Well, one way is to curate your attendees' first impressions. And the registration area or registration table that we've been talking about so much is just one really great first impression to work on, but there's lots of great first impressions to work on. So I'm going to dive down into the neuroscience with you. And we're gonna talk about first impressions. So there are mountains and mountains of research on first impressions, not research that I've conducted, but real scientists have conducted lots of research on first impressions. And what I'm going to attempt to do is distill for you 1 week. So I spent 1 week in my pajamas during COVID going through all of the research on first impressions. And I'm going to distill it down to you in just 4 minutes. So I'm going to give you a highlight of 4 ideas in 4 minutes. So let's go. My first question is actually, before I get into my 4-minute spiel, is a question for you. And that is, how long does it take to form first impressions? Is it very, very short, less than a second, or up to 7 seconds? And I see you're sort of all kind of honing in around 2.5 seconds. Some people are saying less and some people are saying more. What I have to tell you is this is a bit of a trick slide because you are all correct. There's been approximately 1 bazillion, and that's a scientific term, research studies trying once and for all quantitatively to prove how long it takes to form a first impression. And generally speaking, experts have pegged the time at 7 seconds, but it might be as quick as 1/10 of a second, which is super quick. Now, the first time your attendees lay eyes on your website, the moment they walk through the door of your event, the first email that they read, they're very, very quickly having first impressions and very quickly making judgments about those first impressions. Now I've got another question to ask you, and that is, how long do you think we remember our first impressions for? How long? Is it months? Is it decades? Is it years? What do you think? Months, decades, or years? All right, I'm gonna just give it just a couple more seconds for you to all go ahead and cast your votes. Months, decades, or years? Okay, I think most people, and Tyler says probably depends on the impression. And I think you're probably right. Was it a very strong first impression? Man, that's going to be seared into your brain, right? But if, just a sort of little thing that happened, you might remember it for just a little while. Okay, so what we found in the research was that first impressions last months or a lifetime. So you are all correct. And judgments based on quick first impressions last a very long time. So I found this to be the case in my research with professionals. They could call up their first impressions even if they were 20 years ago. So, they would say stuff like, I remember my first conference. I remember the registration line at my first conference. I remember a board member, somebody more advanced in their career, came up to me and talked to me at registration. And it was just amazing that they would do that. And it's very indicative of this kind of organization. They might remember their first monthly meeting. They might remember the first time they went to training, and they would say something like, everybody is so friendly. That's just what kind of organization this is. So, that's the second thing I want you to know. So first impressions form quickly, and second, they last for a very long time, months or a lifetime. The third thing I want to tell you is first impressions are very difficult to change, and some studies say that they are impossible to change. Even if your brain, so let's say I had a first impression and I found out that I was wrong, my brain's going to have a tough time moving away from that first impression. And the fourth thing I want you to know is first impressions influence decisions later on. So for example, if a new attendee's first impression is that everyone in this event seems friendly and generous and open, they're more likely to decide for themselves to act and behave in a friendly, generous, and open way. Yeah, so I see that there's something here in the chat, and John said if you want to share a best practice, we'd love to hear that.
I was actually putting it up. There is a theory called social information processing theory, which is the idea that based upon your current associated worldview, you interact with new relationships, regardless of who you're actually talking to, based on that knowledge. The difficulty arises, however, when you're meeting a new person or a new stranger. So that first impression in and of itself is meant to be a protective mechanism based upon prior experiences. And as a result, you basically start with a basis. So the easiest way for you to penetrate that situation, which is called social penetration theory, it's Shrek theory, basically, people are onions. The easiest way to do that is to immediately choose to break that paradigm. So it's really, really helpful with transcultural experiences, in-grouping, out-grouping, and especially prejudice. If you think for yourself about how you want to enter situations with other people and make that first impression, not just quote unquote good, but quote unquote different. How do you want to negotiate your own identity with complete and total strangers who are using those information processing theories in order to make first impression decisions?
Fascinating. I feel like we have to spend like hours. I feel like I want to pick your brain about that some more. That's fascinating stuff. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was really, really fantastic, Vinia. Yeah, I feel like I need some time to process and think a little bit more about that. So interesting. When you think about like research, though, everybody comes at a different way. And I was sort of thinking about, I love that. I love that there's so many ideas that we can learn from each other. And I love that you're already making this a super co-created experience, which is very lovely. All right, so I'm just quickly looking through the chat, and I think let me just kind of give you one other thing just to reinforce, because the whole first impression science is so interesting. As in a nutshell, first impressions, are powerful. Even as Vinia was just talking about, they're powerful, they're fast, they stick, and they color attendees' subsequent interactions. And so remember, we were talking about the registration area or the registration table. Registration is just one of those critical first impressions. And so what we're going to do right now is we're going to think about how to curate just that first impression to make it better. And I'm introducing you to our process here that we're going to play with a little bit. So normally what we said is normally attendees at registration are feeling they're feeling excited, but also overwhelmed and anxious in a room that we can make a little bit better. And so that's my question for you. I want you to think about when attendees are at registration, how will we like them to feel? So instead of, maybe they can feel excited, but instead of overwhelmed, instead of anxious, how do we want them to feel? I'll give you a moment to head back into Mentimeter. Go ahead and scan that code, click the link that John just put into the chat, and add all of your ideas. When attendees are at registration, whether it's big registration, banks of registration, booths, or just a tiny little registration table at a tiny little meeting, how do we want them to feel? So I see we want them to feel excited. We want them to feel included, appreciated, important, relaxed. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine the paradigm shift for that to happen, to have them be relaxed? We want them to be welcomed and interested, feel fresh, confident. I love all of these ideas. We want them to feel some excitement, some anticipation. We want them to feel seen and heard and appreciated. So let's see, which of these three words were most often mentioned? So one of the things about word clouds is sometimes if you can type an idea using synonyms, and so what I'm trying to come up with here is about 3 different categories. So I see Dr. Mel said welcome and supported is what another I did add to this. What 3, let's say we had to pick like 3 categories. What 3 categories are bubbling to the top? I'm going to say number 1 would be excited. We want people to feel excited. Yeah, I also, let's see. If you have any ideas for what the top 3 are, let me know. I see important, included, and included. Those kind of feel like synonyms to me. So maybe we want them to feel included. And what about number 3? Let's play with relaxed. Okay. So here's my next question for you. My next question for you is, with these 3 words in mind, which are excited, included, and relaxed. Excited, included, and relaxed. What could we do at registration to help people have positive emotions? And so let's play with excited first. So what can we do at registration to help attendees feel excited? Let's brainstorm some ideas and let's get some ideas listed here. Again, go over to Mentimeter, type in your ideas into Mentimeter, and let's see what you're thinking. What can we do to change registration to help people feel excited? Somebody said DJ, music, entertainment. Yes, we could do that. Now we know that they're already feeling some level of excitement anyway, but still, if we wanted to punch that up a little bit, a hosted bar, freebies, we could keep it simple. Do we have to do something? Maybe not. Depends on how big the meeting, how small is the resources, the mood of your attendees. If you've got a meeting that's coming at a very critical point for, say, a profession or industry, you got to think about the tone of that introduction. Say their name, music, clear signage, food, balloon animals. I went to an event one time where there was a bubble station, and I'm not talking about like little bubbles. I'm talking about, the bubble ones where you make the big 6-foot long bubbles. We all made big bubbles before we went to registration. Snacks, cocktail tables. Okay, let's play with another idea. So when attendees, what can we do at registration to help attendees feel included? What do we do at registration to help attendees feel included? Now, I saw somebody say use their name. That could be one. What else? What could we do at registration to help attendees feel included? Throw all of your ideas into Mentimeter. I believe after you hit submit, you can keep submitting ideas. And I'm going to test that out right now. Yes, you can keep submitting ideas. So I see somebody said greeters.
Amanda, I bet you've never been to Burning Man, right?
I have never been to Burning Man, but it is on my bucket list actually. Why? So tell me, John.
Because Burning Man does have greeters, and they will greet you specifically a different way if it's your first time there.
Ah, okay. Nice.
So it
Nice,
becomes
nice,
a
nice.
key signature experience. Other conferences do this too.
Yeah. What about this is kind of an interesting one. Relaxed. So people, let's say you've got a global or national conference. People are traveling all day to get there. They're exhausted. They're just so exhausted. So dump some ideas into the chat or into Mentimeter. I see somebody said I can't reload Mentimeter. So go ahead, dump it into chat. How at registration might we help attendees feel relaxed? What do you think? What are some ideas for helping attendees feel relaxed? Let's see. For the included one, ribbons for identities and affiliations. What do you think about relax? I see Dr. Mel says opening session includes food. Love it. Massage chairs, but we don't want them to fall asleep. There is a whoever said that. Yes, there is a happy medium there, right? Yeah.
One of the top trends is wellness rooms for conferences. Wellness rooms.
Yep. Wellness rooms. Couches, chairs without tables, birds of a feather group, ice sculpture, coffee and water station, staff attitude, or positive staff attitude, very energetic, but not too much. Easy registration, streamlined information. Quiet rooms for mental clearing. Very, very, very cool. And when people get to registration, they might not know about that, but I've even seen at some events, people will take folks on tours, like, here's the quiet room, here's where you can keep your coat, here's all of the sessions are happening over there, and this is the ballroom for the main event. So adding food and drink to take stress off of finances, also create collective engagement. Shots of caffeine, rooms for introverts. There's a lot of kind of props here for the quiet room. I love it. Okay, so very quickly, I would say in probably 5 minutes, you just redesigned an important first impression. And if I may say so, you've transformed registration into a warm welcome. So we're going to quickly talk about warm welcomes. And the reason why I'd just like to very briefly mention warm welcomes is because when you're having that, let's say you're doing a very large event, or even if there's just one of you at registration for a very small event, when lots of people come at you, sometimes it's easy to forget even just to smile. Right. So we're going to chat a bit about first-time attendees. First-time attendees present one of the biggest opportunities, and they're also the most fragile because they might make the decision to unengage. One way to engage this segment is with warm welcomes, and first-time attendees can never have too many warm welcomes. So remember when I said that first impressions stick with people? Some of the people in my research recalled warm welcome that they got even 5, 10, and 20 years ago. So we're going to make now a list of all of the opportunities to warmly welcome new attendees. What are all of those first points of contact? So I want you to think about, all of the first points of contact that we have with first-time attendees. And I want you to, Tyler was kind of talking about this. There's everything from before the actual event starts, go way back. To the event, to even after the event, they're still having first impressions. So, think about at the point that they buy the ticket or when they register online or even earlier. Think about all of the first points of contact that happen at the event. Think about all of those first points of contact that happen after the event, when they're home from the event. What are all of those first points of contact? When are all of their first impressions made? Yes, John.
Many cities too, when they know a large group is coming in, will do something special for them at the airport. So for that conference, they may have signage, music performers, or other types of thing to welcome them right from the beginning, right from the moment that they get off that airplane.
Yeah, I keynoted a conference in Monterey Bay, California. and they had folks. They had vans at the airport that were bringing all of us to the venue. It was amazing. Let's see. Do I have a link or research for the research about first impressions? I do not, but I am going to make myself a little note to follow up with that and write a blog post about it someday. I do talk about my own research with first impressions in my book. There's a whole second section about the research that I've done with professional members in my book. So that is in there. And then what I did want to do, because I've got this kind of buried in the recesses of my information, is pull out, I think I spent a week looking at like 40 different research reports, and I've got to go back and pull out some of those, some of that information that I used, but mostly what you saw was like a conglomeration of research studies. Okay, so what are the first points of contact we have with attendees? It's registration, it's website, it's email, meeting them at the airport, social media. Yeah, John, if you can copy and paste some of these into our instructions, that would be really helpful.
Already done.
Let's see, touch points before the conference, ride to the conference area. At the very first session they go to, they're going to get a first experience there. Pre-event meetups. So Joe says, I'm not sure if this was noted. The experience begins with registration form long before the event date. Yes, so registration form. Yeah, when they're putting their credit card information, all of that is a first impression as well. The welcome booth. Welcome gifts, website. All right, this is fantastic. And so what John's doing right now is he's just taking some screen shares of that, because we're going to work with this a little bit. There's a method for closing that gap with our attendees, and there's a super quick process for turning every transaction into an experience for people who are coming to our events. So it's just quick, three steps. So the first thing we want to do is we want to ask ourselves, how do we want people to feel when they're having this first impression, or this first point of when they're at this first point of contact. And then we want to list 1, 2, or 3 emotions, and then we're going to use the emotions as a base to design a positive experience. So I'm going to give you a chance to actually talk in some very small groups and work very quickly through this 3-step process. And so let's go ahead, John, if we could give everybody the link to the instructions and actually show the instructions. We'll kind of walk through that for just a sec.
We'll be there in 1 minute. Go ahead.
That sounds good.
Here's your link.
Thank you very much. All right, so what I want you to do is I want you to, in step 1 with your group, I want you to pick one of the first points of contact to work on. So just very, very quickly, do you want to change what happens on your website? What happens with registration? What happens with those first emails that go out to people? What happens in the sign up experience, or the ride to the conference area? What do you want to change in terms of, plussing up a great first experience? And then walk through that 3-step process. So ask yourself assuming that the experience is not always so great, how do we want people to feel with that first point of contact? And then come up, list those top 1, 2, or 3 emotions, and then use that emotion as a base. And it's exactly what we were just doing when we were talking about registration. We want people to feel if we wanted people to feel relaxed when they got to registration, we had all kinds of ideas, from massage chairs to quiet rooms to a nice drink to, welcoming them by name to help them feel a little bit relaxed. So I want you to step through that with another example with your very small group. So John is going to, and actually I should ask you, do you have any questions before we send you off to breakout groups?
If you have a question, feel free to unmute and ask Amanda.
Thank you.
Again, you should click the link and follow the 3 steps on the screen.
That's right.
I can also share back those steps into their breakout rooms, Amanda.
Great. Yes, that would be great.
I think.
Okay, everyone.
If you do need help, of course, you can click for help. And the other part here, too, is that this breakout room will run for 7 minutes, plus there'll be a 15-second countdown to clearly signify when your breakout room is done. Amanda, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. And let's, we'll see you back here in 7 minutes. And I left you here with a few of our friends.
All right. All right. Hello, everyone. So let's step through this ourselves. So if you go ahead and take a quick look at the instruction page, which of the first points of contact is anybody interested in redesigning?
There's a nice list of here, more than 15 responses.
Yeah, what do you think? We could talk about email.
Email or website.
Okay.
Yeah, I think email or website. Yeah, we don't have anything to do with, airports and stuff like that. People have to get their own way to the buildings,
Okay. Okay, so do we have votes? Who votes for email and who votes for website? Do we have because we can go either way.
Email says Belinda. I'm with email.
Let's go email. So yeah, we send lots of email, and those couple of first emails are can be a really great first impression. And so let's kind of step through the steps here. So the first question is how do we want people to feel? So people are going to get our email. Let's say that's like the first email. They've bought a ticket, or they've registered online. They've paid for their spot at the event, and then they get the very first email. When they get that very first email, how do we want them to feel? Just let's, in the chat or out loud, go ahead and throw out some ideas for emotions. Excited to come. Yep. So I'm feeling like some anticipation. Donna said informed. Hopeful it will meet their needs. That they want to bring a friend. Yes. Yes, I love that. How do you pronounce your name?
Daita.
Daita. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Daita is a part of an association, Amanda. So
are you? Fantastic.
Amanda's
which association?
The acronym is AASHE, AASHE. We work with higher ed institution to help them be sustainable. So it's sustainability in higher ed.
So I was in the higher ed circles as well. I used to work for the National Association of Colleges and Employers.
Okay.
On a different topic, but it's the higher ed's lovely.
Yeah. Yes, in many ways.
So we've got some great ideas here. So we want people. Let's go with some of the emotions that I saw that you all brainstormed were things like excited to come, that we want them to want to bring a friend. There's this anticipatory feeling. So let's go with that. Let's say those are the emotions that we're going to design around. So let's kind of take those emotions as our base and think about how we can create that. What can we do within the email to sort of give people that sense of excitement and anticipation and, ooh, I should be bringing somebody with me. What do you think?
Sorry, can you ask the question again? What are we doing?
Yeah. So we're working on the email idea, right. With our email, and we want people with those first emails to feel a sense of anticipation. We want them to feel like this is probably going to be so good that they'll bring a friend. We want them to be hopeful. We want them to be excited. We're getting them like excited. It's an anticipatory, all of those good things. And so using those emotions, how might we change our email to help people feel those emotions?
One of the pieces is video. So a video can really convey a lot in a short amount of time. If you make the right video, such as the recap of last year, you can give them that sense of anticipation. Robbie also has a comment too.
Yeah, Robbie.
I mean, what you don't want to do is just have it be a receipt,
Yeah.
which is like often the first and only message you get for weeks. But I think that it's also helpful if you can acknowledge whether they're a first timer or returning. So if your system asks that question and that triggers a different flow, it's like, welcome back, we're excited to see you again, or welcome, I see it's your first time, here's some additional information you might want to check out. So to like personalize it to that degree, even, and even if it's just text, just sort of acknowledging like either you're, you know, it's either your Norm and we know you, hey, it's Norm, or hey, you know, we know that people who are new to our community have questions. We've asked other people who are new to the community to help fill in the gaps. In fact, you can hear from them in this quick video. Like that would be a really cool way to acknowledge that like we all have a little hesitation about particularly leaving our house to like go somewhere. Are these gonna be my people? Am I gonna feel welcomed? Am I gonna get the right information? Will anyone talk to me? If you could sort of assuage their angst in that first message, that would, I think, go towards your question.
Yep. Yep.
On the bring a friend, I'm including a link to a document, well, to like marketing tidbits that they can use maybe to share with others in their community. But that doesn't sound super promotional or like commercial, you know, that
yeah,
or
Donna
like
has a comment too. We have about 25 seconds left, Donna.
I was going to say, so of designing it with design email, so it is engaging, it has easy to read fonts, it has imagery, it might have the video link, it just make it artistic so people want to be there.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, one of the things that I talk a lot about, and I feel like I'm kind of mind melding with all of you because all of these are great ideas. So there's an element of tone, right? There's definitely an element of tone that we can kind of imbue into everything that we're doing. And I see everybody's coming back now, which was fantastic. So we're gonna very, very quickly, because it's almost time for a break, but I want to very, very quickly do an everyone debrief. And so when people come back from breakout rooms, sometimes we do a debrief. And I don't know about you, but sometimes not always, those kind of suck the energy out of the room. And I don't want to do that. I want to do a very, very quick everyone debrief. And so, John, if you bring back up Mentimeter, and if everybody could dive back into Mentimeter, we're going to do this a little bit differently. So a regular debrief would be picking one person from your group and watching them nervously try to summarize everything everybody said without duplicating any ideas from any other group. We're not going to do that. We are going to do an everyone debrief. So my question for you is, what ideas or idea interested you from your team conversation? Go ahead and add what idea or ideas interested you from your team conversation. Is there anything that is popping to the top? And I'll let you go ahead and add your ideas. Somebody said networking right from sign in for belonging and excitement. That is really interesting. So it sounds like the person, hits register and there's networking right away. That's really cool. Somebody said video being included, landing page or email after registration with welcome or thanks for registration. Keep it simple, clear, in different ways to reach people where they are. I can see that there are a ton of really, really great ideas here. Easy navigation of all forms, website, welcome after registration, redirect landing page with helpful information to prepare. We were talking about some of this, how do you get people feeling anticipatory, all of those good things. making people confident in what to do. Robbie was talking about this, and he said, if you're going to an event for the very first time, you don't know exactly what to expect, and so can we anticipate all of the places that might give somebody a little bit of anxiety and try to help allay all of those fears. Okay, I love all of these ideas. You can keep putting things into Mentimeter, and what I think we need to do now is break. So this is a good time for a break. Stretch your typing fingers, because we're going to come back and you're going to do some more typing and thinking and ideating. We're going to have a break for just 5 minutes. And when you come back, we're going to talk about some of my favorite cultures. So we're going to talk about topics. We're going to talk about event culture. And you are going to try a super fun format for meaningful and comfortable collaboration. So if there are any introverts among us, this is an activity for introverts, extroverts, everyone, but introverts will like this in particular, because it's a really, really fun way to collaborate. John and I, or at least I'm going to stay here, and I shouldn't speak for John, and we're going to answer any questions. So feel free to stay here and ask us any questions. But if you need a quick break, this is the time.
It is currently 10 after. Please return 15 after for your 5-minute break. Thanks, Amanda. Lots of great ideas. Really key. Again, one of the things I shared earlier this conference is that I'll be the incoming president-elect for National Speakers Association, and all of these things matter in terms of that membership experience.
Yeah, congratulations. That's fantastic, John.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're using some of those. Amanda also came and talked to my API Event Profs, or Asian Pacific Islander Event Profs group, and we are implementing some of her ideas to get our new members there. Dr. Mel is clocking some ocean view here. I'll just share this little relaxing ocean view here with you.
Aww.
So you're right, Amanda. Can't you smell the salt air, feel the humidity on your face?
Yeah, I feel like I need to know what Squid Lady is all about.
Oh, you will know if you ever meet
Yeah?
a good friend.
Okay.
The Squid Lady.
I love it.
The short version is they developed a methodology to help kids and adults through challenging times that has an acronym called SQUID.
Nice.
That's the short version.
Nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. Victoria, welcome from California. Our good friend Victoria Peterson.
Victoria has a great question. Hey, John, and I forgot to ask you this when we were doing some of our green room time. I can send the Mentimeter results to you to get out to all of the attendees if you want.
Oh yeah, if you can export, is that what you want to do?
I can export it tomorrow. Well, tonight I'll be able to export all of it into a PDF. And if you'd like, I can send you the PDF if you want to get it back out to everybody.
Genius, thank you.
Oh, that'd be fabulous. Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, I really liked your use of the Google Sheets as well, so that we have both the Mentimeter ways to chat, we have the chat, and we have the sheets that gave us instructions while we were in our breakouts, because most of the time you get to the breakout and you go, oh yeah, I remember the first question or the last question, but I don't remember the whole thing.
Yeah, I feel like if you're sending people away for a breakout and you just have one question, that's easy enough. But when you're trying to get them to do an activity and a whole series of questions, I like to give them those instruction sheets to work with.
And we could have talked about this for about a half an hour. So
yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, I thought about that, and then I thought, you know what? There's this. We're going to do a design session next, and I'm super excited about the design session, and so I wanted to leave time for that. We're going to go into a Google Doc and co-create. I think, John, there's it looks like there's enough of us that we can just do it all in the same document, which will be fantastic. Yes. And when we get to the design session, if you want to even share the Google Doc link with our YouTube friends, I feel like the more the merrier. Great.
All right, about a minute more for your break. You can take a note too. Look what's on Amanda's wall. Is one of the things I noticed when I first virtually met her.
Are you looking at all of the books?
Oh, your wall piece.
Oh, the wall.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. I've got I'm a big reader, so I got lots of books, and then I've got my grandfathers. So both of my grandfathers independently had elephant collections, and so I was the inheritor of my grandfather's elephant collections.
Greetings to our Canadian friend Roger Haskett in the house.
Hello, everyone. Welcome from Canada.
Amanda, Phil from yesterday would love you and all of your elephants.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Yes. Yeah, he Remembrant, right? Is that what his elephant's name is? Yeah, Remembrant.
Very good memory. Look at that memory. All right, Amanda.
Yeah.
Welcome. Let's give Amanda one more warm welcome round of applause for her second part of her program. Back to you, Amanda.
All right. Thanks so much. Okay, so we're going to be talking about culture now. This is one of my favorite topics, and so every community has a culture. Your team, your board, your committees are all communities, and all of these communities have culture, and every event that you put on is like a pop-up community, and culture springs up around every event as well. And newcomers especially, actually everybody, but newcomers pick up on the culture vibe very fast, and it feeds into their decisions to get engaged. So some community cultures are super friendly and they're outgoing and they're welcoming of newcomers, and some cultures are a little more standoffish and they're a little reserved, and they might feel, even if they're not, they still might feel a little cliquish to the first timer. So like organizational culture, community culture, and event cultures can be molded and shaped and curated. And when cultures happen organically, it's very much potluck. You never know what you're going to get. But when a culture is created or shaped or molded, we get the chance to create the culture that benefits attendees the most. But how do you do that? How do you shape or mold or create or curate a culture? And one way is by modeling the behaviors you want to see. So attendees are taking, in some respects, their lead from leaders, and that's us. And so your board, your staff, your speakers, your other volunteer leaders, they're kind of looking at people and who are in those leadership positions, like the speakers and the staff and the volunteer leaders, and they're taking some cues. So I got a couple of examples for you. Or one, actually, I can share one example, but I want to make that example, really meaningful for what you're doing now. So my question for you in Mentimeter is, where are all of your meetings right now? Are they mostly virtual, mostly in person, or both? Are they mostly virtual, mostly in person, or both? Where are you? I'm seeing mostly people are hosting virtual meetings, and some are both. Anybody else want to weigh in? Where are you hosting most of your meetings, virtually or both, or in person? Okay, I think we're going to go with a virtual example then. So we're talking about how do you model behaviors that might influence a culture. And one example of this is the team at Matchbox Virtual Media. They are the very best chat ambassadors. They're really, really good at this. John is really, really good at this. This team is also really good at this. And so here's one of the things that I see them do. They kind of have this ethos, and their ethos is about being friendly, open, and curious, right? And that ethos helps attendees feel comfortable participating. So what they'll do when they're looking at chat, let's say they see something in really neat in the chat. They might type something like, let's say Lisa put in an idea that's really neat. Let's say, oh, Lisa, I love that idea. Or let's say they're seeing the beginnings of what might be a really interesting thought. They might say something like, Tari, I would love to hear more about your idea. Or if somebody asks a question that's not getting a whole lot of attention and they want to sort of, boost that right back up to the top, they might say something like, Joe, and then they'll put in Joe's question here, what are your thoughts? And so those are just some of the ways. I feel like whenever I've been in events like this one, chat ambassadors can do a lot to like really, bring up the excitement. And I forget who said it earlier. So in our first hour, somebody said that they liked all of the apps that I was using, all of the multitasking, and so a really great use of chat. John says we teach chat facilitation. So I think of, chat facilitation, chat ambassador. The way I think about them, they're probably about the same, but it really can like raise the energy of your event. So this is just one example of the many, many ways that you can shape a community culture. And we're going to pull back right now and we're going to talk about creating a strategy for your community's culture with just 2 questions. And do you guys all see balloons? I'm not sure why there's balloons in my frame, but
What balloons? Yeah, I think you're going crazy. I think you might have no, I didn't
Hey,
see.
John.
It's
John, this is Robbie. I just learned that Mac users, there are hand gestures that work on iOS
That's
that
right.
work in Zoom that lead to balloons and other confetti, etc.
Do me a thumbs up here, Amanda.
yeah, it's not going to replicate itself, but I did 2 and it gave me, there we go.
Yeah,
See?
and if you do a thumbs down, it'll bring a rainstorm. I know how to turn it off if that's what you want to do, but you may not want to.
You get fireworks if you do 2 thumbs up too.
Oh, do it.
Oh my gosh! So much fun. Thank you, you guys. That was awesome. You all know more about my computer than I know about my computer. Okay, so my next question for you is I want you to think about your like the next event you're putting on. What kind of culture do you want to foster? What kind of culture or environment or ethos would most benefit your attendees? What do you think? Go ahead and vote. And Victoria asks, does that funny thing with Mac happen when you're just the speaker? Robbie says no. So it could be, I guess, anybody who's in Zoom on a Mac, whenever the camera is on. Okay, see, John, I wasn't losing my mind. Everybody else saw it too. Okay, so go ahead and vote. What kind of culture, environment, ethos would most benefit your attendees? You can vote for 1 idea, 2 ideas, 3 ideas. I think you can vote for an unlimited amount of ideas. Right now I'm seeing lots of props for inclusive and friendly and welcoming and curious. I also understand that this is a forced choice question. So there might be other words, other ideas that you can come up with outside on in the chat. So I'm going to ask the question in the chat as well. What other kinds of what kind of culture, environment, ethos would most benefit your attendees? And we're some more things are kind of popping to the top. So I see inclusive, friendly, welcoming, curious, trustworthy, kind, and generous in that order. All right. So since inclusive is number 1, okay. Sorry, I'm just typing for a second while you are taking all of that in. So my next question for you is we're going to play with this idea in the chat right now. And that is the second question in this process is what kind of behaviors will help us create an inclusive culture, environment, or ethos? So let's just play with one of those top ideas there. So inclusivity. What kind of behaviors could the leaders, could your speakers, Could your board members, could your committee members, could your micro volunteers that are staffing registration or that are designated greeters or designated welcomers or your human signage, you know, all of those folks, what kind of behaviors might we ask of them to help them model a inclusive environment? So Roberta says vocabulary choice. John says open-mindedness, recognitions of diversity. What else? What do you think? In one-to-one introduction, says Victoria. Okay, fantastic. Oh, Dr. Mill says ultimate inclusivity, inviting everyone and ready to welcome all ages, abilities, and identities, teams and interpreters included in the plans from the start. Tyler says, John always tells me to say everyone's name upon entry, also closed captions and accessibility tools, and we can have greeters. Yes, yeah, lovely ideas, lovely ideas. These are two questions that you can use all the time, right? You can use it with your planning committees. You can use it with your staff. You can use it with yourself. But and I use this as I'm preparing to host my own events. Is I'll ask myself these two questions, and it kind of gets me in the right frame of mind. So just another process. Now, we have talked about first impressions. We've talked about the power of first impressions. We've talked about turning transactions into experiences. We've talked about warm welcomes. We've talked about changing your event culture. And before we jump into the next super fun activity, I just want to stop here for a moment and see if there are any questions bopping around in your head about any of these engagement topics. I see there's a really great conversation going on about my ability to make balloons and how is that, fireworks? I can make fireworks going on still here in the chat. But I do want to pause and just see if there's any questions. Feel free to jump your questions into the chat or go ahead and unmute and let me know if you've got any questions.
Again, any questions, feel free to chime in here as we're elevating engagement. Okay, 2 peace signs. Amanda, do 2 peace signs at the same time.
Ah, confetti. Okay, so I was doing a number 2, but it was seeing it. That's really fascinating. Okay, love it. Okay, now I know all that's coming from. You guys just made my day so much better by understanding my computer better. Okay, so we're gonna do a design session. And the reason why we're gonna do a design session is I love processes that help us get creative and help us reimagine the status quo and also help us get unstuck. And that's what I found to be the case in the design session. So design sessions are all about collaborative co-creation. If you work with a community that is, and so sometimes I work with a lot of scientists, sometimes I work with a lot of engineers, and not every scientist or engineers are introverted, but sometimes communities tend to have certain personality characteristics. And so if you find that your community is a little bit introverted, feel free to bring this design session format to them. And I am bringing it to you from my partners at Matchbox Virtual Media. I talked about them a little bit earlier. They are a virtual media production company, and they help produce, and they have a platform for virtual events. So our group objective here today for this activity is to ideate more around how to help attendees connect with each other during events. It's all about connecting, collaborating, having conversations. They can all be really engaging. So together we're going to work on the many ways to enable those connections at our events. So thanks, John, for sharing the design session document. Let me show you how it's going to work. The first thing that we want to do is just focus on the first two, our first 2 columns. And so what I've got here for you is 5 questions. The first question is, how can we help attendees connect before the event starts so that they already have a friend when they arrive? And I saw somebody put this into Mentimeter. what if they registered and immediately there was networking opportunities? So I want you to start flushing that out. So you put your name in there and then you put your answer to the question. How can we help attendees connect before the event even starts? Now, what I want you to do is I want you to put enough detail. It could be 1 sentence, 2 sentences, 3 sentences, more sentences, but enough detail that other people can read your idea and they know what you're talking about. 1 idea per row. So let's say you've got 5 ideas for the first question. Keep putting them on different rows. You might have to keep skipping down and to find yourself an empty row. Hey, John, can we go to show me question number 2? If you could scroll down to question number 2. That question is, how can we demonstrate to attendees that they're in a community of people like them? This came right out of my research with professionals who go to events. How can we demonstrate to attendees that they're in a community of people like them? So a lot of first timers, especially, they're doing their job, and a lot of people feel very lonely in their job. They might be the only one like them in their organization, and they come to a event for the first time and they suddenly realize that there's a community of people like them. So how do we, before they even meet another single person, how do we help them realize that, feel that community of people like them? Question number 3 is, what could we design so attendees don't have to eat or take breaks alone if they want to? Some do. Some need the quiet room. Some need to take breaks or eat alone, but some don't want to. They just don't know other people. So what could we design so they don't have to eat or take breaks alone? The 4th question is, how can we help attendees find meaningful connections with others, meaningful connections like with others in similar circumstances, others who have the same goals, or others who are experiencing the same challenges? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 10 minutes of more silent time so that you can answer all 4 of these questions, but I'm just going to go through them now. The 5th question is, how do we connect attendees at our virtual events? People take it upon themselves to reach out to each other in the chat and say, hey, Robbie, I love what you said. Hey, Vinia, I love what you said. I've got to meet you, right? But sometimes they don't feel like they can forge those relationships. So how might we connect attendees at our events, at our virtual events? So those are the 5 questions that I have for you. we're going to give you about 10 minutes to go through each of these questions. Focus on the first 2 columns, column number 1 and column number 2. It will make more rows for you if you have to. If you need to delete something, if you don't like what you said, do not delete a row, do not delete a column. One time I had somebody delete the entire document. So don't delete any rows or columns, just kind of try to highlight your little bit of text. But I like to take this risk because I think it's such a cool way to co-create, and I wanted you all to experience that. If you have any questions while we're in this process, please type them into the chat. And I see you're working away. We'll keep an eye on the time, and I'm going to be quiet now. We're going to play some mellow thinking music while you work away, and we'll come back in actually probably about 8 minutes now, and I'll tell you about column number 3.
Excellent. Thank you, Amanda. 8 minutes. About 5 minutes, Amanda. Tyler, loving our breakout rooms on the fly based on interest. May have to do that again today. Tyler talks about permission of what to share. Very important. Amanda, it's like flying to another land, going from number to number.
One of the things that I didn't mention was just keep, let your ideas flow through your fingers. Do not worry about typos or any of that. Just type. Get it out of your head.
About 3 more minutes. Head back to the top. Oh, Amanda, one of our ideas is pop cards, actually made by a Seattle, Washington company. They're greeting cards that pop open. We actually gave them to all of our karaoke singers last Saturday as another piece of welcome that you're here. Thank you for singing. I think even the simple pin board, Amanda, can also help. Like, where did all the attendees come from to get to an event? That visual representation Vinya was talking about earlier helps. Vinia chatted, iPhone, iTypo, I apologize. Used to be my phone signature. I still haven't really used voice to text on a consistent basis because it just never works out for me. Discussion boards. Julie, the cruise director. Having a guide for the social. Having someone in charge of that, though, is actually an important part. It's a little bit like an MC, but can be a different job of somebody who's in charge of creating connections. I have seen a chief connection officer. And I have also seen conferences use one or more ambassadors. In fact, in our training magazine conference, we had over 200 people trained to help for a 1,200 person virtual conference. And people said it was one of the most welcoming things to have that. New ideas still coming in.
Yeah. This
Right.
is great. I'm just gonna dive in here. We're stay in the document because we're gonna talk about number 2. I'm afraid to make a peace sign right now. So we're gonna talk about step number 2 with the document with our design session. And so let me tell you a little bit about column number 3, which I saw people diving in there, and they're doing that. And John, if you could kind of scroll back up to the top, this is where the co-creation starts to come in. And you all were starting to do it without me even giving instructions, and so I'd love for you to keep on doing that. Our next part of our time, so with the next I'm going to probably give you about 7 to 10 minutes or so, you can keep adding your ideas. So keep adding your ideas if you want, or this is your time to go back over and look at everybody else's ideas and yes and them. And so yes ands take a couple of different tones, and I highlighted some of mine just so I could find them really easily and show them to you. So Karen said, create online communities prior to the event. And then I said, yes, and with careful moderation, we can model the behaviors that benefit the community the most. And so a yes and could be just, I love this idea. A yes and could be, I hear your idea and I'm going to take it. And it's a great jumping off point for an idea that I have. A yes and could be, oh, let me add some more details to your idea because I want to implement this myself. And a yes and could purely be like, hey, +1, love it, love it, love it, love it. You rock. Make sure to put your name in, if you want, like name, and you start with your name, put a dash in the yes and, or in your yes and idea with parentheses. With your name in it. I'm gonna go ahead and make an kind of highlight this because it doesn't need to be. I just wanted you to see it, and that's what we're gonna do for the next bit. So John, if you'll replay us some thinking music, and we'll do our yes anding, or just keep answering those questions. And I'm curious to see how many questions we can come up with in a short. Probably like 17 minutes by the time we're done. So we'll let you add it. And oh, by the way, with the yes ands, if somebody else yes anded an idea, but you have a different yes and, go ahead, do a couple of spaces and do your own yes and. So there could be like one parent idea with 5 yes ands. There's no limit to this. So keep at it. Don't worry about duplicates. Just again, the idea is just to get all of your ideas out of your head, through your fingers, and onto our virtual paper together. And like all of my slides, we're going to make sure that you have this. You have this link. You can refer to it whenever you want for ideas. right, everyone, I'm gonna give you just a couple more seconds to sort of finish up whatever thought you happen to be working on. And know that this document is here whenever you want to look at it, or if you'd like to keep adding to it, you are more than welcome to do that. It is here for you. And I'm gonna take a guess that in 15 minutes or 17 minutes, we have created at least 100 ideas. I'm just eyeballing them right now. I think at least 100 ideas. Probably if we had another 10 minutes, it would be even more, and tons of good ideas to play with for our very next events. You can do design sections on just about any topic, any problem that there is to solve. If you can get together 4 or more people, you can do design sessions. And so I'm curious, what do you all think about the format? What do you think about the format? I see Karen says, I love all this work, but I've got to leave. But that's okay. I'm glad you liked it while you were here, Karen. That's awesome. But what do you think about the design session format? Feel free to hop off of mute if you want to give us any information, any details about what you're thinking. Belinda said she loved it. That's great. I'm thrilled to hear that. I've hosted a lot of design sessions. I've done them in person. I have done them online. I just think that they're a really cool way to get people together in a very synchronous way. Roger said it, great crowdsourcing. Yeah, you're co-creating, crowdsourcing, all of those good things. All right, so we've done a lot here today. John gave us, nearly 2 hours together, and I'm super curious for you to kind of dive back into Mentimeter and tell me, or for yourself, I'd love for you to rank, the activities that we touched on today. We talked about focusing on first impressions. We talked about warm welcomes. We talked about modeling behaviors for a great attendee culture. We talked about we participated, we played with a design session format. We did everyone debriefs. So one of the things that I could have done out of the design session is I could have gone to an everybody debrief. Is there one idea from the design session that's just kind of popping out to you, one idea that you want to try to use tomorrow? And that would be another way to do an everyone debrief. And then the last idea was just, overall focus on experiences. So go ahead and start to rank some of those in Mentimeter if you would. I'd love to see where you are ending up. And yeah, so let me take a look at where you are. So far, I see focus on experiences is number 1. It might take a while for you to rearrange and rank all of those ideas. Ooh, got some props for the design session format. I'm super excited about that. Focus on first impressions and focus on experiences are kind of in the top there. I'll give you a moment to rank and kind of lodge your votes. So this is, I'm excited that there are some things that you want to try. One of the reasons why I'm asking this question is, for whatever your number 1 thing was, feel free to grab a paper, pencil, paper marker, and write down the number 1 strategy that you wanted to try, and you could put it on your display or something like that. And maybe this will give you, the next time you're thinking about like, okay, what do I want to change about my event? You can look at that and it'll give you like the first thing that you want to think about trying is focus on experience, or maybe you want to try the design session or focus on first impressions. And we'll make sure you get all of this information that you can use later on. So we've co-created a lot here today, and And it's been wonderful. I've so enjoyed collaborating with you all today, and I love collaborating with you on these concepts, and I love all of the ideas that you came up with. This is just super amazing. I feel like I could spend another hour or two with each of you individually talking about your experiences, and it looks like overall focuses on experiences were really resonated with you all, and I'm really glad that we had time to do the 9 session format. So if you are interested in more, I put out a weekly newsletter with tons of tips for events and communities and members and association managements. People in association management, and you can sign up by scanning this QR code if you want. You can also find me at amandaleekaiser.com. My middle name is a little odd. It's said Lee, like Lee, L-E-E, but it's spelled L-E-A. And thanks, John, for putting that link into the chat. And I flashed this up a little bit earlier. I've got a new book. It's called Elevating Engagement. There's hundreds of ideas in here, ideas, strategies, processes, all kinds of stuff. And you can find the book on Amazon. And for those of you who don't use Amazon, it's actually available in online bookstores worldwide. And I just want to thank you so much for all of your ideas, your energy, your enthusiasm. It's been really, really fun for me to co-create with you. Thank you so much.
Let's give it up for Amanda Lee Kaiser, like the roll. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thanks,
we do have
John.
a few minutes, so let's do some official pseudo Q&A here. We'd love to hear any questions too about people, about our guest here. I'll start off with an easy one, but if you want to, feel free to raise your hand. Even again, if you're not on camera, just click reactions, raise hand. If you're on our YouTube audience, hit the chat. I'll peek at the chat and see if you have any questions. Amanda, what did you do with your time at Crayola?
I was a brand manager, so my roots are in marketing. So very classically trained marketer in a consumer products company. But I got to say, Crayola's magical. And so it's I think I didn't realize it then, but I was starting my journey on engagement at that point because being in marketing, I got a chance to interact with moms and dads and kids and families and talk about first impressions. People who are my age, people who are 50, remember Christmas morning and popping open a box of 24 or 64 crayons and smelling that Crayola smell. And like you said, sharpening, the built-in sharpener, John. Yes, it is such a amazing brand to have worked on. I'm very grateful for my time there.
Yeah, it's like working at Microsoft. I can tell you, it really influenced. Everyone who's been a Microsoftie is still a Microsoftie. Oh, Donna too actually has crayons at her desk. She's showing off there.
Yay! Look at that! Woohoo! Yes.
Dr. Mill wanted to add brand manager for which items?
Yeah. So, in my tenure there, I got to manage marketing for a lot of different businesses, and when I left, I was managing marketing for everything. The back to school business. So the back to school business was crayons, markers, color pencils, paint. Everything except for toys was under my supervision at that point. So if you can imagine, I was working 2 trillion hours during the end of my tenure at Crayola. But it was really I can't say it enough. It was a very magical place to work.
Well, Tyler and I both worked at Microsoft. He's also a chief of staff expert. He's got a follow-on question for you.
Yeah, Tyler.
Oh, I think that was just what made your time there magical.
Yeah. So a couple of things. One was Crayola has the Crayola factory, or the Crayola experience. So we got to actually go, and it's sort of like an interactive museum that kids and parents can go to. And so us marketers got to go, and we got to see how people played with the product, and we got to demonstrate new products and watch people play with new products and play with old products. And so just there's something about, a 3 or 6-year-old walking into a room and seeing something that I have been working on for 2 years and having them go, like little kids, they do the, yeah, like, I mean, that's just, it brings tears to your eyes. So there's that part. The other part was almost everything Crayola makes, especially for back to school, crayons and markers and paints, they're all made here in the United States, and they're all made in Easton, Pennsylvania. And so it was fascinating for me to go back into the factory and see a palette. So you can imagine how small crayons are. And you know how big palettes are, right? They're what? They're like 5x5, 6x6 cubes. You see a palette of one obscure color, robin's egg blue, right? A whole palette of robin's egg blue. And then you'd see 120 different colors all lined up like that. And it's just the sheer volume is mind-boggling, even for me who worked there for 10 years. It's amazing.
Genius. Thank you so much. So we have a lot of comments here too. We opened the Crayola box literally. Aita's like, can you convince Crayola to restart the Take Back Markers program? I'm sure you don't have any influence there anymore, right?
Not anymore. No, I'm old. I'm old news.
Dr. Josh Yavelberg said, another great event, the National Association of Art Education, the National Art Education Association, Crayola is a main sponsor of that association conference. Look at you.
Yeah.
I'll play Fun AI project. Have your kids do drawings of monsters and then upload them to generative AI. Oh, interesting.
Love
Roberta also said you can go from Crayola to Hershey in Pennsylvania and tour the chocolate company. Now, you're also an association director, right, for colleges. So talk about what did you learn from that experience being an association director?
Yeah, so I worked as the director of marketing and membership for the National Association of Colleges and Employers. And so two very different memberships coming together for the same cause. So it was employers of Fortune 500 companies that recruit college students, and then the colleges that in the career services departments that are helping these college students get hired after college. And they come together in the National Association of Colleges and Employers. And that was fascinating working there. So grateful to have had that experiences, because it got me into my very beloved association community and just communities and events at large. And so so what I learned there was the power of community. So this is not something I necessarily learned at Crayola, but I learned not at Crayola, at NACE. After NACE, I opened a company that was a qualitative research firm for associations. And that's where I did that 477 member interviews. And the things that I heard from members over and over and over again was how lonely most of them are in their jobs. Very often people are the only ones who do what they do, even in a company of 500, or for other reasons. They just feel like they're kind of, maybe their community is not their work, right? Yes. And so associations are the place where a lot of people find community. And so, the power of belonging, the power of community, the power of events, that's where I learned all of that. Was the beginnings of that all happened at NACE. And I'm so grateful for that time.
Outstanding. All right, one more round of applause for Amanda Lee Kaiser.
Thank you all.
Amanda, while you're here too, please do us a favor and chat us to a link to your amazing research for those who want to see research of what associations are doing in the past year. You can easily apply this to your communities, your groups, and other locations. This research that Amanda Lee Kaiser quite often quotes is really useful, really valuable to tell you what's happening and what changed over the last 3 years with that little pandemic-y thing. All right, so we're close to the top of the hour here with this. I want to just share with this too. If you want to give Amanda feedback, go ahead and give this link. Karen, if you are there, or Joe, if you are there, please chat the link to Amanda from our link sheet. We'll give here and give this feedback. One of the best things that you can give our speakers here our amazing testimonials. If you got something, and tell us what you love, right? And they do want to hear the feedback. You didn't like something, that's fine too. Tell them. They really want to know and use this feedback, because all of them really do care about what they're bringing to you and how can it be communicated even better to you with our many diverse and inclusive styles with that. Okay, that link is in there. Karen put it in there. Again, there's a code that's just Amanda, and you can give that feedback here. Coming up next, right, is our lunch break. So one, we want to just say thank you so much to our live stream audience. We want to say thank you to you. You can come back at 1 o'clock. We have a link for you. If you have registered, then you have that link. So again, all of us who are on virtual, let's say goodbye to our virtual audience. Thank you for tuning in.